Over the last 75 years, over 10,000 chemicals have been introduced to our food supply. Yet the EU only allows 300 food additives. But at Thrive Market, we bring our members the highest quality brands and restrict more than 1,000 ingredients found at conventional grocery stores, making the switch is easy with our Healthy Swaps scanner, which finds better versions of all your favorite pantry, snacking, and home essentials without the added junk, dyes, and fillers. Plus, it's all delivered straight to your door. So if you're looking to shop at a grocery store that actually cares about your health, go to thrivemarket.com/podcast and you'll get 30% off your first order and a free gift.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
The perfect song. You get into the subways of New York City, and it is a crazy train now. Having spent time there this morning and later in the day, you've got the homeless people, especially now that it's raining, the emotionally disturbed, and people on edge no matter where you end up going. It is just nonstop. It is endless. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And in just a few hours, it will be the 1 week since probably the most horrific incident in the subway that has ever taken place. Since these lines were built, the IRT, the IEND, the BMT, when we saw a woman get turned into a human torch, a woman that we have yet to identify. She was burnt so badly. Burnt so badly that It may require scanning dental records from around the country. The perception is that she might have been homeless without any roots. There was a walker that was found on that train, that F train, with some bags attached to it. Other than that, there seems to be no identification whatsoever. With all the modern methods that coroners have to determine who somebody is, you can unearth somebody who has been buried for years after years after years and establish an identity at some point. We may never know the identity of this person. And it is a stain. It is a stain on all of New York City. Because as we approach the dropping of the ball to welcome in the new year, this is what we're known for all over the world. That video that you've probably watched over and over and over again, as she stood in that train, a human torch, cops walking past doing nothing, other human beings, some who had been in that car, just staring, doing nothing to assist, filming it on their iPhones, smartphones. And then the monster who had emerged from the belly of the beast, an illegal alien from Guatemala who had been thrown back out of our country after sneaking in on the Arizona border, who had come back across, was actually fanning the flames, making it worse on her body. It is one of the sickest videos that you'll probably ever experience. And then once he had finished the dastardly deed, he seemed to get a vicarious thrill out of watching her as she just melted and melted like a candlewood. And he sat on a bench and watched. And nobody on that platform of the F train at 7:30 last Sunday morning would even point out to the cops who were running around as if not knowing what to do, whether they chose not to do anything or just were unprepared to do anything. It was just one mistake after another mistake after another mistake. And this violator was sitting right there on the bench, and nobody on that platform bothered to point out that he was right there. He eventually got up when the cops cleared the platform. And remember, they have a transit precinct right below. The cops are right below that platform. So it's not like they had a long ways to go. And there's cameras on every one of those platforms of the trains coming in and leaving. It is a junction point. There are a lot of trains that come in there. And so there was really no excuse for the inaction, the lack of response. And once people were aware of what was taking place, they were transfixed by the woman on fire, but they did nothing. And so at 7:30 this morning, an hour and a half after we leave the airwaves, it will be one complete week since that horror took place. And I don't care what the politicians do, Holcomb, Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, trying to tell us that, tourists are coming into the city, they've come back. It's almost like I don't even care. I don't even care because that image is so stark and just will not evaporate. And I know it's that way for all of you. In fact, it's caused me to have to make a decision, and I made it 2 weeks ago. And I reiterated it 24 hours ago on these very airwaves. The greatest radio station to broadcast at night across the world, none that can compete with us. And by daylight, we are the largest radio station in the nation, broadcasting from coast to coast. WABC, number one in both categories. And I was very specific with my wife right here for the first 2 hours, Nancy. The 2 weeks prior, I got a sense that things were so out of control in the subways that I turned to her and I just said, I don't want you in the subways any longer. I just don't. Nancy, who ever since she came in from Bohemia in Suffolk County, had ridden the subways on a regular basis. She had lived in Bath Beach. She had lived in Sunset Park. She lived in the Upper West Side. It was always a little dicey on the subways, but it never reached the point that I experienced 2 weeks ago. And I remember I sat down with our owner-operator, John Katzimatidis. We had unrelated discussions, and Chad Lopez, president of operations of our parent company, Red Apple Media. And I told him, Nancy, as a contributor, I would not have her take this subway any longer. Not coming here, not leaving here, in no way, shape, or form. If she had to Uber, if she had to take a cab, if she had to walk, she'd be safer walking, even though these streets are crazy, too. She'd be safer walking than going down into a subterranean hell, which, again, earlier today reminded me of Dante's Inferno. It's just getting worse and worse. Nobody seems to want to do anything about it. Kathy Hochul, she's just lost. The governor officially is in charge of the MTA, the money-taking agency, and with all this mishigash going on, they raised the fare. They provide little, if any, service, but they decided to raise the fare, which is another slap in the face. She said that she added 250 National Guardsmen. I haven't even seen the first 750. I don't know where they're hiding. I don't know if they're like mannequins in the windows of Saks, of Bergdorf Goodman's, of Macy's. I don't see them, and I'm in the subway all the time. And to be honest, I don't see transit cops other than occasionally on the platform, sometimes up near the turnstiles, never on the trains, never, ever, ever. So a few things came about in the last 24 hours that I want to share with you. Number one, if you remember, I believe his name was Gregory in the Bronx yesterday. He called at the start of the program, and he couldn't believe that after listening to me for so many years, that I had thrown the gauntlet down and I was not going to let Nancy ride the subways in the condition that they are now.
Curtis, I just want to tell you, I cannot believe I've heard the day where you have said, the pseudo king of the subways, have told your wife she cannot ride on the subways anymore. Have we gotten to this point? It is this disgusting. It is this out of control. It is this bad.
Yeah. He was shocked, and I know many of the listeners were shocked because they have been texting me. They have been reaching out to me. They've been saying, wow, nobody knows the subways better than you. Nobody. And juxtaposition me giving you that point of view versus Governor Hochul, who never rides the subways. Just a week ago, on the very same day that woman was being charred, that woman was being lit up like a candle, saying that it was safe to ride the subways. And there she is in her first subway ride probably ever with 12 armed state troopers with weapons going out to the Queens Mall to do some shopping to show how she was, she was fueling the economy. I mean, it's like she was dancing and prancing and singing and tap dancing and saying, oh, how safe this subway is. And she has not apologized for it since. I want you to play that cut one more time, Broadway Bill Lee, because I am now doubling down from what I saw earlier today.
Curtis, I just want to tell you, I cannot believe I've heard the day where you have said, the pseudo king of the subways, have told your wife she cannot ride on the subways anymore. Have we gotten to this point? It is this disgusting. It is this out of control. It is this bad.
Yes, it is. And it's not embellishing. It's not overreacting. I don't think anyone has had the experiences that I've had in the subways since 1959 when I took my first subway ride at the age of 5. And I've been riding the subway myself ever since. Back then, you could ride the subway by yourself. It could get a little touchy from time to time, but you could. You can't now. Oh, you can't now. If you're a woman, you're on your own. You are prey. You are like Bambi in hunting season with the orange fluorescent vest on and the hunters having trained their long rifles on you. Kids, well, it is interesting. I see a lot of kids on their own on the subways. except they are the children of these illegal aliens, maybe 4 or 5 years old, walking around selling candy, no supervision, by themselves. And the mayor, Eric Adams, swagger man with a plan to try to get a pardon, is trying to mimic what the border czar is saying about all these kids that cannot be identified, that cannot be traced, who are products of illegal aliens. And I'm saying, oh, you're so concerned, Eric Adams? Do you ride the subways? Do you see every day there are children selling candy, 4, 5, 6 years old, wandering about on their own, no adult supervision? And you don't do anything about that at all. Nobody goes up to them. The cops have been told, leave them alone. You would think you see a kid on their own, 4, 5, or 6, you go up to them, and they probably don't speak English, which most of them don't. You have somebody speak Spanish to them. Where are you coming from? What hotel are you coming from that we're putting you up in? Who are your parents? Who are the adults with you? We're so concerned about children crossing the border without parents, without supervision, without any adults to answer for them. And we got them running all over the subway selling candy on their own during school days. They're not even in school. No social workers, no cops doing anything. Basically, we've got window shades on our eyes, a zipper on our mouth, and cotton balls in our ears. Not going to do anything about it. And yet we're going to complain about other things. Right, Eric Adams? Right, Kathy Holcomb? It's a disgrace. And the calls all week to the various shows. All week. Want to give you a sample. There was a caller to Dominic Carter in the afternoon. Dominic on 3 to 4 in the afternoons, Monday through Friday. 12 to 1 at night before the Mama Luke, Frank Morano. And this woman was saying she ain't ever coming into the city again. That's it. It's over.
Rosalie, line 4, I believe, in California. Rosalie, what's on your mind?
Good afternoon, Dominic.
Good afternoon.
I don't usually call these shows, but I just wanted to mention, like living in Oakland, which has a lot of notoriety,
but
it's not as bad as people think. We have public transportation called AC Transit that goes all over everywhere, and we go into some. BART goes into some kind of notoriously rough neighborhoods. So does AC Transit. San Francisco has upground buses. They have underground uni, but we don't ever hear about what is going on in New York City with all this crime and violence in the subway. It's like I'm really not feeling it. I'm just going to come there to visit, but I don't want to go.
Well, Rosalie, what you just expressed, I hear many people say often and daily.
Often and daily. Going to open up our phone lines. We're going to have a major discussion about this. We're going to compare the way it used to be to the way it is now, because nobody seems to care. When we come back, I'll also be telling you what I and the Guardian Angels are going to do starting in just a few hours, because enough is enough. Enough is enough. You hear every freaking excuse in the world, and it's become an open toilet in the subways. I mean, you can smell defecation and urine everywhere. People smoking weed everywhere. No enforcement whatsoever. None. People jumping over the turnstiles, not paying their fare. You don't control who comes into your system. You lose control of your system. This is just basic facts. And it seems now nobody wants to do anything about it. Well, I will, and the Guardian Angels will. But first, we're going to open up our phone lines to all of you to compare what is now to what was, how vast this system has changed. With all the technology, cameras everywhere. We never had cameras before. Now you have photographs, you have photo recognition technology, you have videos, and it's still getting worse. Not any better. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Somewhere
Joe Walsh's classic, It's Survival in the City, theme song of a cult classic movie, The Warriors. Came out at the same time I started the Guardian Angels to deal with subway crime. What on February 13th will be 46 years ago, and we've come full circle. Full circle. We had recovered from what was a mess in the 70s because there were fiscal cutbacks, cops were laid off. That's how the Guardian Angels came about. That's why I created them. And we had come a long way. It was never a great system. It was always in repair. Couldn't compare to subway systems that I have traveled around the world, but it got better. And now it is crashed. It is horrible. It is terrible. Garbage everywhere. The smell. Rats everywhere. Human beings who are like zombies from Dawn of the Dead, and ain't nobody doing anything about it. Nothing. Nothing. I'll tell you momentarily what I'll be doing in a few hours with the Guardian Angels, and we'll be doing each and every day thereafter, because we have also come full circle. We cannot forget the mission that we started on in February of 1979. We cannot forsake people the way our elected officials have, that's for sure. Every conceivable excuse. And then you have that governor out there say, crime is, since 2021, it's so much better, 42% less crime. Hey, lady, what are you, out of your mind? Shut up. Let's go to Keith in Harlem. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Keith.
Curtis, love you and Nancy. We've spoken a few times on the Animal Welfare Hour. I'm out feeding my spay-neuter colonies. Right now I'm at City College, and I'll make this quick, 131st and Convent. For the first time in almost 25 years of feeding cats. Last night, a guy knocked on my window. I pulled up to City College. I usually don't open it, but I opened it for a second. He said, I'm tired or something like that. Then he opened the door and jumped in. And the first thing I did was I hit the gas and left him on the street. And that's my, you and I are both 1954 babies. We weren't born yesterday. I knew what to do. But first time I was ever assaulted since, I came to New York in 1976. Things are turning bad, man.
No, they are. They are, Keith. And your experience is rivaled by others. But you tell these two knuckleheads, this governor and this mayor, and they put up signs behind them, the crime is down, it's just a perception. They travel around with armed police officers, and they rarely, if ever, take the subways or walk the streets. They're in SUVs, they're in caravans, they're completely detached, oblivious to what average people go through, Keith.
It's dangerous out here, man. It's dangerous out here.
It is. Well, be safe. Feed those feral cats. Take care of them because they need you, Keith. We'll continue to take your calls, and then before the end of the hour, I'll tell you what I will be doing and the Guardian Angels will be doing from now on, starting in just a few hours. At the site on that F-Train platform where, unfortunately, a nameless, faceless woman we can't even identify yet was turned into a human torch by a monster from Guatemala that we allowed to come back in a second time after rejecting him the first time. Let's go to Mike in St. James. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mike.
Hello, Curtis. Do you recall when Mayor Rudy Giuliani was mayor, how he solved the problem of squeegee men?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was number one. As soon as he got sworn in, he said, I'm going to establish a quality of life and remove the squeegee posses.
Why couldn't the current mayor establish the same policy for the kangaroos in the subway? Arrest them all, take them to the station house, make their life miserable, make them wait around 3 or 4 hours every day for a summons. Wouldn't that have some effect?
Oh, yeah, you make their life difficult. and there'll be less and less people taking advantage of the situation. But this mayor, he's waved the white flag. He's given up, Eric Adams. His whole focus now is to get a pardon from Donald Trump. We'll find out about that. You know, our own Sid Rosenberg had a sit-down with President Trump sometime on Saturday. I'm not quite sure what time. And he was going to bring that whole subject up to him because he's opposed to Eric Adams being given a pardon. So am I, and others are too. The president said he's not aware of the full indictment. Hopefully, Sid Rosenberg, when he returns, I believe it'll be on Wednesday, will be able to give us an update on what happened with that conversation. Let's go, if we can, to Leslie in New Haven. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Leslie.
Hello, Curtis. I spoke to you a while back on a couple occasions, and I just want to wish you and your wife, Nancy, a belated Merry Christmas, and I like to wish you both a happy and healthy New Year. And your wife is a Saint Anel. Just so you know, I'm Jewish, but yet I got more Italian in me when it comes to the words that, you know, I know in Italian. But it comes to your governor and the mayor, and I love the saying, Eric Adams, the swagger man with no plan. That's the best saying I ever heard. Kudos to you. Put them both together. They don't make one brain at all. I never taken the subways in New York City. I came to the city last year, Christmas time, to go see the tree at Rockefeller Center and to look around. And then me and my friend, we went to get something to eat at the Hard Rock Cafe. Back then, I noticed a lot of police officers. Every other block, you know, we walked and everything. And then I also noticed, and it wasn't even legal then, the smell of weed. Well, you should come to New Haven. That's all you smell all over the city, and not just in New Haven, but on the outskirts as well. And you can thank our governor, who's a Democrat and everything. But I feel your pain, Curtis. And when I used to go to New York on my own back years ago, like in the late 60s and 70s and early 80s, I take the train into the city, and I would also take a cab to my destination. I would never go on a subway. I'd rather take a taxi cab and go to where I have to go, knowing I'll get there safe and sound. And if if my intuition tells me something's not kosher when it comes to the cab driver, I'll hop right out. But I will. And everything.
Well, see, unfortunately, Leslie, what you have described is what other people have experienced, and they are stunned. They come up to me all the time. They'll say, I can't even breathe. All I smell is weed everywhere. Now, it is true. The recreational use of marijuana is legal, but you can't smoke it outdoors. You can't smoke it in public. It's like you can't drink in public, but there's no enforcement. Leslie, there's no
that's
enforcement.
What they do. But, and this is the thing. Sometimes I go into New Haven, and everything. And when I'm waiting for the bus in downtown New Haven, that's all you smell all around you. And every street you walk, every block you cross, that's all you smell. And not to mention, every other block has a vape store, where they sell, and we have a marijuana dispensary not too far from where I live. And I live in an apartment building. I got news for you. All these people do all day is get high on weed and liquor, all right? And it's a disgrace. And I just turned 72 yesterday. Yesterday was my birthday, the day after Christmas.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Leslie.
Thank you. I can't tolerate the smell. I stay in my apartment all the time, I only go out when I have to do something, go food shopping or whatever, and to do my laundry down the hallway in the laundry room. But even in there, you find, reefer and everything else.
Oh, yeah, Leslie, people are complaining not only about the smell of reefer and weed in the streets and in the subways, where it's everywhere, but even in apartment buildings that people live in. Other people don't give a damn. They just puff, puff, pass. And then your clothes are saturated with it, and you go see other people, and they think you've been hitting a bong. It's like it's everywhere. You almost never see people smoking cigarettes any longer because there was an emphasis to crack down on its public usage, just like with drinking. But if there's no enforcement, then people do whatever the hell they want to do. And yet we have officials who have abandoned us. There's no quality of life. What Leslie has described at the age of 72, she just had a birthday in New Haven, is what is happening in a lot of cities throughout America. But it's mostly cities in the north. It's mostly blue cities. No enforcement, no rules, no regulations, no quality of life. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Sanka in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Sanka.
Okay, I got a couple questions for you, please, and allow me, please. When that lady who get burned to death on that train, entering that subway, doesn't they have camera? They could look to see if that person with a walker going down in that subway. They don't have camera down there?
Yes, they do.
Also, why not somebody go talk to the homeless people on the street? They might have an idea who this person is because she could be missed by somebody who know her on the streets. Why they don't do that?
That is, you are absolutely correct, Sanka. That should have been done. I don't know if it was. I will let you know tomorrow night at 8:00.
Okay, another question. Why not they go and check the homeless shelter too? And was that a white person, an African person? They're not saying if that was an African. There were people on the subway.
Right.
The man that was screaming out, he should have a clear picture of her. He was screaming out that, look what is happening to this person. Why did not talk to him?
Well, if they know, Sanka, they ain't sharing it. This is almost like finding out on July 13th who shot President Donald Trump in Butler. We found out almost nothing. Still to this day, we know almost nothing about that guy. Nothing. Imagine it's a week later with cameras, sophisticated technology, modern medical science, coroners who can exhume a body and from maybe a century ago and figure out who that person is. We can't even tell who this person is. They were burned that badly. I don't doubt it. But I wonder if a full effort has been made. I truly wonder. I'm beginning to see this city collapse on all levels. There's people not really giving a damn, throwing their hands up. Not my job, just like the people on that platform, cops walking back and forth. They didn't even bother to look in that car. You saw her right there in a flame. Men, women on the platform, all they did was film it. And then the monster who did it fanning the flames. Everybody saw that. Nobody stopped him. Nobody threw it to the ground and rolled her around to try to put out the flames. Nobody did anything. They call it the Daniel Penny effect. I understand that. It's had a chilling effect on people getting involved. But then when that monster sat down right on the bench, still staring at the inflamed woman, nobody on the platform stopped any of the cops and said, hey, that's the guy who did it. That's the guy who torched her up. Nothing. I see nothing. I say nothing. I hear nothing. That's become the code of the day. And that's just going to make things work because there's just not enough transit cops. They're not. They can lie. They can push people around from crime to crime. We had 38,000 cops. We now have 32,500 cops. You don't make up with that differential. They're working mandatory 12 hours, 6-day shifts. Their home life is suffering. Their morale is shot. They don't know who their leaders are from day to day. And their leaders, starting with the mayor, are just setting the wrong kinds of values for everyone else to follow. When we come back, it's easy for us to complain, but I will be doing something about it with the Guardian Angels. I will not forsake the people. We never have. We never will. We're not going to be able to resolve the problem, but we certainly are going to be able to make a difference, and maybe others will follow our example, because people are just refusing to ride the subway now. They're refusing to ride the subway, especially the women. Shame on the men for not acting like men. Shame on our leaders for suggesting to us that we're imagining these things. Well, of course, they never ride the subways. They lie. They tell you they do, but they never do. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
So appropriate. The group that does this song is called the D Train. And in just a few hours, I'll be on the F, the D, the N, the R, the Q, all coming out of southern Brooklyn. And slowly but surely, we're going to start coming through the system, working its veins and arteries. You never see transit cops on the moving subway cars. You never do. They're on platforms. They're up near the turnstiles. You just never see them walking up and down those cars, giving people a feeling, a sense of relief. How often something's happening in a car and somebody will say to the cop, hey, that guy's having an episode, or you should see up in the next guy, a next car, a guy is flashing a knife. No, never. What happened? What happened to the basic principle of patrolling a subway? You start in the rear car where most of the problems take place, and you walk straight through those doors that are open, and if the doors don't open, you jump from car to car, from station to station. Nobody knows this subway system like I do. I know I like the back. Who's in charge? Who's in charge of the transit police? Do we even know that person's name? I can't seem to get an answer when I ask the cops assigned to the subways. I say, who's your boss? Let me know. I'd like to talk to him or her. I have no idea what the command structure is. I see token booth clerks. What do we have token booth clerks for? They don't sell tokens anymore. Why are they in a bulletproof, flame-proof encasement just watching people get mugged and harassed? It makes no sense. Get your ass out of there and get onto the platform and help people. Unbelievable. And we just allow it. We just allow it. Anyway, let's go to the phones and to Paula in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Paula.
Good evening, Curtis. How are you?
Oh, not good, Paula. My city is just falling apart by the day.
I understand, Curtis. I live in Bath Beach, which I'm sure you're familiar with. I could walk to Coney Island from my house.
Oh, yeah, my wife Nancy used to live there when she came in from Bohemia, Suffolk County. That was the first place she had an apartment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe she was actually in one of these surrounding buildings where I am. But, so here's this is just what I've been questioning. They keep saying that this woman was an unidentified homeless woman. How do they know she was homeless if they don't have any footage of her?
They don't.
How do you know it's not a girl that went missing or someone that ran away? Or now, whether she's homeless or not homeless, she was someone that was burned to death. Her life matters. So, but I just want to know, how are they saying that? How are they so sure that she's someone that's homeless? And even if she is someone that's homeless, I could tell you a few homeless people that I've met just going for a walk.
Yeah.
So there's nobody that saw this woman on the train that day.
To be honest with you, Paula, on that moment, 7:30 Sunday, a week ago, everybody was running around like a chicken without a head, including the cops. They cleared the platform. They made everybody go away. So it would be up to people to come back and offer information. But we're at a point now where people just don't want to get involved because the system that exists makes you uncomfortable to get involved. You wonder if they welcome your help. Dealing with the cops sometimes is the most uncomfortable feeling you'll ever have walking into a precinct. They make you almost feel like you're bothering them, like you're taking up their time.
I understand. Yes, that would make sense then why people would, and also what happened with the Marine. Look at when someone did step in to help somebody.
Yep.
And now what's happening to him today.
It's the Daniel Penny effect. Definitely taking in effect, but in just a few hours, we're going to do what nobody else is doing, and they can't seem to find out who this woman is. With the best technology, with all the video, with the best policing, at least they said the best policing. I don't buy that any longer. Our police department is in total chaos. I just don't buy that anymore. I'm out there every day. I don't see it. I'm not one, the greatest police department in the world. Where? I've been dealing with them forever. I know when they've been good, and I know when they stink the joint out. And of late, they act like they just said, don't bother me. They're too busy. Their head is buried in their cell phone. I've never seen cops always looking down. You would think for their own safety and welfare, they would want to be wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. No, everybody's staring into their cell phone. What is so important in that freaking cell phone other than sexting and texting? Oh, yeah. Hey, headquarters is sending it. Get out of here. This is Curtis Lee you're talking to. You're sexting and texting. You're not doing anything on that phone that has anything to do with your police work. You can't fool me. You can tell that to everybody else. But I know that's not the case. I would take your phones away in a heartbeat. You'd have to put them in your locker. We gave you Motorola radios, state-of-the-art. It costs taxpayers a reverse mortgage to give you that quality of a radio. You can now use it in the subways when you're below ground. You never used to be able to. And the projects, no matter how high the project goes, you could be heard crystal clear. You got a problem going on somewhere, that person can call the desk sergeant and let you know on your Motorola radio. Tell me, why the hell do you need those cell phones? Because your faces are buried in them every time I run into cops out there in the subway or the street. What the hell are you looking at? I know what you're looking at. You're sexting, you're texting, you're playing games, you're going back and forth with your girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, husband, gumada. Yeah, like this Jeffrey Madre. Wait till the 5 o'clock hour. We now have three female cops that he was hitting on simultaneously, and his whole day was based on not letting any of these three meet one another. That was his whole day. Hey, a friend of Eric Adams. Yeah, nobody's blaming Eric Adams. Oh, this guy was a dirtbag. Who appointed him? Who was a friend of his? Why do you think this whole city's falling apart? It starts at the top. This guy is distracted. He put all of his cronies into the leadership of the police department. And if you notice, they're almost all gone. They either resigned or they're getting indicted. Wow, gee whiz. But not the mayor, right? No, he had nothing to do with it. Let's go to Michael in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Michael.
Hi. I'm going to ask you something. I'm almost embarrassed to say this, but I don't see any way out. Can you guys go back on the subways like you used to do it?
Good question, Michael. We're starting this morning at 9:30. I have ordered all the patrols that we manage in the city to no longer patrol the streets. Their assignment is the subways in groups of 3. You start in the rear car as the train is moving. You work your way up. You move through the cars. You do wellness checks of the homeless and the emotionally disturbed. You give out water to the homeless because if they're dehydrating or the emotionally disturbed, they will have episodes. You deal with the cops on the platforms. You find out who the command is. And at least we're going to have people on the subway. So, Michael, your wish is what we're going to do. We have gotten hundreds and hundreds of calls of people saying, come back into the subways like it used to be when I first started the group 46 years ago. We changed in the summer of 2020, the summer of George Floyd. We had to come above ground. We had to battle Black Lives Matter and Antifa. I ended up busting my jaw twice when de Blasio ordered the cops to stand down June 1st, June 2nd of 2022. It was a disaster. And we had to protect Asians who were getting attacked in a lot of the neighborhoods. But that's it. We're back down into the subways, Michael. The people want us there. If the officials don't want us there, put more cops in the system, and you won't have to have guardian angels there. That's what they tell them. If you would do
I remember when you guys used to do it, and they used to criticize you. I remember that.
They didn't just criticize us, Michael. They arrested us.
I know. I remember that, too.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Michael. Starting 9:30 tomorrow at the site
God bless you guys.
Where the woman was torched. Go ahead, Michael. Let Michael speak. What are you potting him down for? Hold on a second, Michael. How disrespectful, Broadway Bill Lee. Michael came up with a great idea. We're actually following through on his idea. Go ahead, Michael. Speak, please.
I was saying that if you guys have to raise money by fundraising, do it, because the people are going to be behind you.
You are absolutely right. We've always been there for the people. We are the sons and daughters of the working class, average people of the city of New York. And if the rich and the wealthy and the well-to-do and the well-heeled and the politicians can't seem to get it together, then we're just going to have to do it, because we've done it for many, many years, Michael. We do it here. We do it all over the world now in 13 countries. So as Michael said, if you want to help, if you want to get involved, just go to our website, guardianangels.org. That's guardianangels.org. We are hitting the subways starting at 9:30 this morning, and we will be there for all of you as we've been there before. We will not forsake the subway riders as our politicians have consistently done of late. Again, that's guardianangels.org.
This is another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filii, Spiritus Sanctum. Let's go to Bob in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bob.
Good evening, Curtis. This is Bob from Bensonhurst. I'm your age. I remember the time when they used to have fire extinguishers in subway cars behind a light piece of glass, but people would break them and steal them. And now they're concerned about fire extinguishers being used as a weapon, because you can crack a skull with a fire extinguisher. And when that woman was fully engulfed, I really doubt that the average person would have risked inflaming themselves by tackling her. But at that point, it was a foregone conclusion that she was hopeless. But I would suggest that transit workers be allowed to carry tasers, that they be granted special patrolman status by the police commissioner, and that would give them limited peace officer status so they could carry collapsible batons and tasers. It would give them an opportunity in a way of defending themselves and passengers. What do you think?
Bob, I am open to every and all ideas, because what they're doing up to now is not working. It is getting worse and worse. You are right. We have to mobilize every man and woman to get involved in some capacity. I would not rule anything out, because I don't see that.
Forgive me if I may. There's two ways that you can give these transit workers peace officer status. One is through the state legislature, but that would take a year or more. But the fastest way is simply for the mayor, and I doubt he would, to order the police commissioner to have her designee give these workers special patrolman status pursuant to Criminal Procedure Law 2.10. The basic training that they would receive would teach them how to use a baton and a taser. They wouldn't carry firearms, at least not at this juncture, but they would be effective with a taser or a baton. It would give them, they can't even carry a can of mace, which the average citizens can carry or a letter carrier can carry, they have nothing to depend on, Curtis.
You are correct. I know many transit workers, conductors, motormen, maintenance people, token booth clerks. What the hell we need a token booth clerk for in a token booth? They were supposed to make them leave the token booth clerk and become station agents. I haven't seen that. This is the MTA, the money-taking agency. They love to featherbed jobs, create no-show jobs. It's just mishigash. It's a mess. But we will not forsake you, the guardian angels. Our politicians have. They don't ride the subway. That's what it should be. Force them all to ride the subway. Force them to have to use a Metro card and take pictures of them swiping themselves in, swiping themselves out with a timestamp. And don't be hypocrites. Use the system that you have abandoned.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. I hear the train a-comin', it's rolling around a bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps a-rolling on down to San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. I bet there's rich folks eating from a fancy dining car. They're probably drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But those people keep a-moving, and that's what tortures me.
Oh, yeah, Folsom Prison. I visited there. Man, that is a nasty prison. And where you see the rocks jutting right out of the walls where some of the prisoners are incarcerated in cells that look like they've been there since the Civil War. I mean, that is an old prison between Stockton and Sacramento. I saw them being led through the yard in chains and shackles and orange jumpsuits. That is a maximum security prison in California that has more prisons, more prisoners, more maximum security prisons, more correctional officers than any other state in the nation by three. By three.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Yeah, Johnny. Johnny up there in Folsom. Oh, man. But we're not talking Cali here. We're talking New York State. And again, video that is just, it's just mind-boggling to see that black guy, Robert Brooks, being hogtied, grabbed by those correctional officers up in Oneida at the... I thought it was a minimum security facility, medium security. It is. Marcy. It's not even one of the maximum security prisons like Attica or Elmira or Auburn. Some of those places like Wendy. Now, Tony, would you want to be saying, like, where are you incarcerated? I'm in Wendy Correctional Facility. Wendy. That sounds like you're weak. Maybe it's like a jail for transgenders or, guys transitioning into women or whatever. Where are you incarcerated? Oh, I'm incarcerated in Wendy's. Oh, my God. I'd be embarrassed to say that. Well, I'm in Mohawk. Yeah, oh, all right. That's fierce. Greenhaven. Yeah, fierce. Coxsackie. No, not so fierce. Who the hell would want to say I'm in Coxsackie? I mean, look, if you got to do serious jail time, it better have a serious name. Shawshank. Yeah, that's a mean-looking jail with a mean-looking name. But Wendy? Come on. Wendy? God, I'd say to myself, no, I'm not transitioning. I'm not a transgender. Please transfer me. Put me in Attica. Put me in Auburn. Put me in Greenhaven. Get me the hell out of here. But that image of that young black man just, brutally being attacked by these correctional officers, and apparently one of them, of the 13, is a nurse. I thought nurses are supposed to take care of you. This nurse, I'm assuming it was a guy. I didn't see any women in the video. Man, he was like taking shots at the guy also. Hey, I'm going to the infirmary. The nurse is going to take care of me. I pound him on the way there. Pound him in there. And then, here's the nurse. Bam! Unfortunately, this young man died the very next day. And now everybody's paying attention to it. Look, nobody wants to know what goes on behind the walls of a prison. Nobody. All we care about is, hey, get them off the streets. Get them out of our neighborhood. We don't know. We don't want to know what goes on behind the walls of a prison, except for vicarious interest. I remember you used to have it on late at night at MSNBC on the weekends. The only reason why to watch MSNBC, it was a program about prisons across America. They probably had their best ratings. Everyone who's never been to prison, worked in a prison, visited a prison would watch that because they'd have a vicarious interest. What is it like? What is it like? Oh, it was great. You had guys with Nazi swastikas, tattooed into their foreheads. Meantime, they're getting ready to parole them out, and they're giving them job hunting skills, how to go out and get a job. You think the first thing is they should take the Nazi swastika off their forehead? Who the hell is going to hire them? And I'm watching this guy. He's like deprogramming the guy. Yeah, what kind of skills you have? When you go on job hunting, make sure you say yes, sir, no, sir, all that. And I'm saying the most obvious thing is he's got to get rid of that Nazi swastika tattoo on his head. No, I don't know. I don't know if he ever got a job. I don't know what happened to him. All I know is those were the only reasons I would ever watch MSNBC. By the way, does anybody out there know what the name of that program was? Please give me a call, 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. The best program ever on MSNBC on the weekends, Saturday morning, Sunday morning. It would have been competing with me right now. A lot of people would have been watching that. In the prisons of America. I forget what the name of that program was. Its ratings were super spectacular. 1-800-848-9222. But Rita Cosby had an excellent conversation with a guy who self-identified as somebody who had been transferred around to about 5 prisons upstate in the north. And I thought it was worth replaying because I'd be more than happy to turn this microphone over to you right now if you happen to have ever been locked up, if you happen to be a correctional officer, if you happen to be married to somebody or just related and had to go visit them. Anyone who's had anything to do with prisons, it's the perfect time to chime in because everybody hates stories about prison violence, but the rest of the time they don't want to know what goes on behind the 4 walls. 1-800-848-9222.
Hi, Rita. I want to thank you I agree with mostly everything you say, and I do thank the police department often. I do actually tell them that I thank them. But I wanted to tell you, I spent 2 years in 5 different prisons up in the North Country.
Okay, as what? As a corrections officer or as an inmate?
No, as an inmate.
Okay, so you were an inmate?
Yes, I was an inmate.
Okay.
They put together two situations. I was unlicensed and I was driving in New York State, and they put the 2 misdemeanors together and made a felony out of it. And I wound up in a place called Bear Hill. I want to explain to you something, Rita, because I don't think you understand what's going on, all right? I did talk to Frank Morano one time, and he poo-pooed me down like I didn't know what I was talking about. The CO was selling bags of heroin in my cell block, all right? But make a long story short.
Wow.
All right? They lost 5 guys while I was in this prison called Bear Hill, okay? And believe me, they lost them. They're dead. I would rather not talk about the situation, right? But I wrote to the state about it, and I did have an interview with the state. But I don't want to go into it. Every single CO in that prison, Bear Hill, and I didn't spend the whole 2 years in there, all right? They put me on the wheel. They put me in other prisons. They put me in the box, all right, 1,000-man box, they call it. I'm sure the governor, Patterson, knows exactly what I'm talking about. In the North Country, most of them are French-Canadian COs. They are pure evil. I couldn't even believe why a man would treat another man like that. I actually was like standing there and saying to myself, why in heaven's name would one person want to hurt somebody like to that degree? Every CO in that prison in Malone County, they're all cousins, okay? Every CO in that prison is a cousin.
But hang on, Charlie, because you're making obviously some pretty serious allegations. Let me just, are you stating that these corrections officers all cross the line? Is that what you're saying? Were there times where clearly inmates got out of hand?
I'll tell you one particular situation with me. I don't want to discuss the other cases, all right? But I'll tell you with me, I had an infection in my tooth, and my whole face swelled up, and the CO kept getting called from the doctor to pull the tooth. He wouldn't give me the appointment to pull my tooth. I had to actually tell the CO I lost my razor that I shaved my face with. That's a federal offense in a prison if you lose your razor, you know. And he pulled the pin. They have a pin on their belt. And like 15 COs came down, all French Canadians came down, and they gave me a beating in front of the nurse in the place. I actually got put in the box so they would pull this tooth. My whole face was swollen. My hair on my face was swollen.
Wow. So, Charlie, do me a favor, just because we're up against a break. If indeed these things happened, I would hope you've reported it to someone. Because obviously, that's obviously serious stuff, Charlie. And there are a lot of really good corrections officers. I certainly can't speak to what happened to you, but obviously, I hope that you've addressed this with other people, because that really sounds just horrible and gut wrenching. And I'm sure there are some bad ones out there. I have no doubt. There's a lot of good ones too, though, Charlie, too. But you should definitely make sure you speak to somebody and report it. And also in that location, the local location, make sure you get the word out to a local person.
Rita, nothing's going to happen. That was a great interview by Rita Cosby, but if you've ever dealt in a prison community, he's right. Everyone's related to one another. They're small towns. They're totally dependent on the prison. The prison becomes the number one provider of employment. It's not a great wage, but it's not a bad wage. So everybody works at the prison. Ain't nobody going to talk about one another because they're related or they're friends. It's like being in law enforcement in a small town and you have to lock up bad people and you somehow are related to them in the small town. Same thing. So Rita wouldn't know that. She really hasn't experienced prisons or jails. Most people haven't. But it was a great interview. And notice the guy right away say, Frank Morano poo-pooed me. What the hell? That guy was great. What the hell is wrong with Frank Morano? Oh, now he's an expert on prisons because all of his mob friends have communicated him from prison. That doesn't make you an expert. That guy was so good. And I can imagine it. The medical care, the dental care in prison is almost as bad as it is at a Medicaid mill. Almost as bad. I can just see the guy with an abscess tooth, right? His whole face is swollen up. He's probably screaming and yelling in pain. So they grab him out of the cell and bring him into the infirmary. They're giving him a beat down every step of the way. And then the dentist says, oh, we got to pull that tooth. They pull the tooth and then they throw him into the Bing solitary confinement. Hey, it's plausible to me. Oh, I would have let that guy talk for a half hour. That guy, and he was only in the joint for 2 years. But you notice, he had no license. Apparently, he had another violation. They didn't play around upstate. Now, if he were an illegal alien, no problem. You want to drive around without a license? We shouldn't hold you responsible. No, you don't have to go to jail. ICE, we're not going to call ICE, Immigration and Naturalization Service on you. Culturally, you probably didn't know you needed a license. Meantime, this guy, Sam, oh, my God. Don't ever have a toothache in prison. Don't ever. I mean, dentists are bad enough outside of prison. He probably pulled every tooth out of the poor guy's mouth, and then they throw him in the Bing, solitary confinement. I could just see him yelling and screaming, and then the guards finally, they've had enough. Drag him to the infirmary. Give him a beat down on the way. Maybe we'll knock his tooth out of his mouth. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Alan in Amityville. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Alan.
Yeah, good morning, Curtis. Good morning. Hey, Curtis, just give me 2 minutes. I got a couple of things for you. The first one is when I was in the Brooklyn house. That isn't there no more. We had a dentist. The guy lasted about a day there. When the inmates came in for a checkup, he said to them, I want to see a cavity. He didn't mean in his mouth. But listen, on the serious side.
Whoa. That was such a lame joke.
Yeah, I got a couple of good ones. Curtis, you're going to like this. Give me 2 minutes. The second thing is, you should have been on Time magazine. You know why you should have been on Time, not the Time magazine on the stands. The 82 times you got locked up, you did some time. You should have been on the Time magazine for Time.
God.
Curtis, on the serious side, when I was in the Brooklyn house, you know what they used to do? They used to have Soul Train on. It was Saturday mornings from 11 to 12. The inmates used to lock in at 11 o'clock every day. They made an exception on Saturday mornings. They didn't lock in until 12 o'clock, so, you know, they wouldn't riot. So they pacified them watching Soul Train from 11 to 12. Then they locked in. But listen, what was the favorite part of that program, Curtis, that I used to watch? The best part of Soul Train is when they had the line. They had the lines, the girls dancing.
Yeah.
They came down that line. That was time.
Oh, yeah. So, you were watching. A white boy was watching Soul Train in the joint.
Absolutely. In fact, you know, Curtis, there's two programs. If they wanted to do an escape, I could say it now. I'm off the job 30 years. But I used to go into the day rooms, but I did it intermittent. I used to watch Sanford and Son in the day rooms, 8 o'clock Friday nights. Soul Train, Soul Train and Sanford and Son. Curtis, the last thing, do you know something? You know, with all those drones around? You know something? We don't have to do this now because, you know, Trump's going to be in office in January. But if it would be done. Without the orange throne. Curtis, you gave me 5 minutes. That's beautiful.
You didn't have one good joke. Not one good joke, Alan.
Yeah.
But you reminded me of Soul Train. Don Cornelius with that knotted tie, right? I'll never forget the time he introduced to the country the average white van. I said, what? What do you mean white people? This is Soul Train. And there they were. Oh, my God. And they weren't even us. They were from Scotland. I don't know if they were from Edinburgh or Glasgow. But these white boys just made everybody go, Soul Train in the dance line. Yeah. The guy did the centipede on the ground there. Another guy came out with a giant toothbrush. And all the sisters with the puffballs and the fros and the guys with the afro picks, remember? Oh, yeah. Soul Train. Oh, it was so good. Play that music on the Soul Train line. How the hell could guys from Scotland play the horns like this? Play that horn. Gotta tell you, whenever I went to the club and I'd catch my breath and I'd hear the DJ play this song, back out on the dance floor, and I'd say to myself, it's Soul Train. White boys with rhythm. Wait a second, where are we going now? Yeah. Woo-hoo! Who wanted to watch Dick Clark in American Bandstand when you had Soul Train? Oh, yeah, this is where it really got down and dirty. How can you forget that, ladies and gentlemen? You go back and forth, right? American Bandstand, Soul Train. That took up your whole Saturday morning. Plus the cartoons. But, who is that? Viva Visek would say that was bad of us Americans. Culturally, that was bad that we be watching American Bandstand, Soul Train, and cartoons. I'm going to be talking about this guy later. This, what the hell is his name? Vivek Ramsawani, or whatever the hell his name is. Attacking our culture. Our culture was American Bandstand. Pick it up, panic. Who the hell is that guy? You should go back to India, huh? Oh, wait, he was born in Cincinnati. I'll come back to India. Man, this is our culture.
We're going hopping, we're going hopping.
Yeah. He's basically saying if you were watching American Bandstand, your culture dominated you as an American. And if you watch cartoons, you were wasting your time. Who the hell is this Vivek Ramaswamy? I never liked that guy, right? I never liked his hairdo, his cockiness. I'll bet you he's a Brahmin. You know, there's Indians who are Hindu who are elitists. You know, they're better than the... Oh, God, when I was over there and I saw the outcasts, the untouchables, the lower caste, who the hell is this guy telling us that our Saturday mornings ruined us because we spent all our time first watching cartoons, then American Bandstand, Pickle Pan. I mean, how do you say that watching American Bandstand right into Soul Train was bad for you? Bad for you. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Eduardo in Tampa Bay in Florida. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Eduardo.
Curtis. Yeah, hey, I got to mention Kimberly Torres, one of your members, came on Telemundo, so you're the word spreading out in Spanish, too.
Oh, yeah, preparing, Eduardo. We're introducing back into the subways, round the clock, the Guardian Angels, English, Spanish, Urdu, Cantonese, Mandarin, because the city has abandoned the subways. They're not doing anything for the subway riders.
Yeah, and it's all over the news now. Homelessness is going up 18%. This is going to get out of hand. AI is just killing everybody. Pretty soon, we're just going to be waiting for the check in the mail because the robots are going to be doing our work.
Yeah, or as the very wealthy would have it, the Elon Musks in the world, you people just stay at home. We'll give you a guaranteed income. You don't have to work. We'll make billions of dollars. We'll subsidize you to do nothing. And I think that's part of the rage against Elon Musk, and especially this Vivek Ramaswamy. We're going to talk about it later. I really took exception to him attacking our culture. Really. It's like he's benefited. He was born and raised here. Hey, if you think they do it better in India and China, go live over there.
Yeah. Have him listen to the American Bandstand. I was doing that, too, when I was young. It was cartoons, American Bandstand.
But according to this guy, Vivek Ramaswamy, that's no good. Yeah. You should not have been doing that on Saturday mornings. You should have been studying. God.
Right.
You know, that's you see, Americans are well-rounded. I didn't want to get into the subject right now, but I've been to all these countries, and they're like, at times, they don't have an ability to think for themselves. You know, they're like in a box. They all act the same way. They all think the same way. It's math and science, no history, no debate, no discussion. You know, it's all they're like clones of one another.
Yeah, they need to be spending more time here watching how we do it, because we have to save their ass. We saved their ass in World War II.
Imagine, Eduardo, what's more American than cartoons on Saturday morning, right?
And American Bandstand, yeah.
And let's not forget Soul Train.
Thank you very much. We think they're alike.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. Oh, man. You know, Elon Musk I can deal with. This Vivek Ramaswamy, he makes my skin crawl. I mean, you just look at him. He's got that, I don't know what he does with his hair, first off. Looks like a Poindexter. But he's one of our own. He's born in Cincinnati, the heartland of America, and he's talking like, oh, they're so much better in India and China. Really? Really? Why don't you go live there for a while? Oh, that's right. You're a Brahmin. Oh, that's right. You're the top caste. You know, it's like you're the best, not like the rest. You sanctimonious hypocrite. Oh, see, I didn't even want to talk. I've been like pissed all day at this guy. Hey, Elon Musk, I get it. He's a geek. A very wealthy geek, but he's a geek. You know, dances. When you see him on the stage bouncing around like a Mexican, what do they call that? Mexican dancing bean? No. Mexican jumping bean. Now, is that xenophobic? Is that racist towards Mexicans? Because we used to buy them, remember? You'd go into the store, you'd rub them, and they would dance around on the ground. The Mexican dancing bean, remember? Exactly. Monterrey, hey, Tijuana, TJ, the Baja. Well, now that's considered racist, right? Wasn't Elon Musk on that stage in Pennsylvania when he was campaigning for Donald Trump for president? Didn't he look like a Mexican jumping bean geek? A very wealthy geek, I might add, but a geek just the same. And you see the names he gives his kids? I mean, it's almost as bad as Sarah Palin, you know, Twig, Trigger. Weird name. These kids are going to walk around. I'm a Twig. What's your name? Twig. Do these parents ever think, what the hell is this kid going to walk around? Hey, what's your name? Twig. Boy, your parents must not have liked you to give you a name like Twig. Oh, I hate that, Vivek. Well, I never liked him to begin with. Now I have a reason not to like him. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Yeah, take this, Vivek Ramaswamy.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains,
Yeah, take this, Vivek. We're Americans. We're proud of who we are. Warts and all.
God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my
To Gen Z is this: you're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American.
That's not what he tweeted out recently. But he's a politician. Yeah, fake, phony, fraudulent, fugazi. Say one thing, do another. That H-1B visa, I get it. I understand it both ways. But what he ended up saying about the American culture, I'm saying to myself, how many men out there watch cartoons, watch American Bandstand, Soul Train wasn't on yet, ended up dying in wars for America. The Greatest Generation, you think they all went to college? You think they were all engineers? You think they were all mathematicians? Think they were all scientists, you little twerp. I really hate that guy. Just looking at him. He made from the first time he announced he was running for the presidency, I said, this guy's a geek. This is a guy I would love to smack in the head. Just all full of himself. But I kind of get it. You know, when I was in India, I saw the caste system. It was appalling to me. The Brahmins were on top. That's what he is. I think he's a Tamil-speaking Brahmin. I'm not that sure about that. Just strikes me as that. But The lowest castes are the untouchables and the outcasts. And, oh, God, later on, I'm going to describe to you the kind of lives they lived and how there was no escape for them. And this guy, we'll discuss the culture. Again, H-1B1 visas, you can make both arguments. I get it. We do need them. In fact, I think Elon Musk came in on an H-1B visa originally from South Africa. I'm not that opposed to that, except a lot of times it's corporations outsourcing to India. 75% of the H-1B1 visas are given to Indians. And it's like a sweatshop. And Americans can't compete, even though they may have the same accreditation. Well, you see, it got me all started here. I didn't want to get involved with this discussion, not until the 2 o'clock hour, but just thinking of this guy. What the hell is his name again? Vivek Ramaswamy. It must have taken me a month just to be able to pronounce that name. Oh, God. Anyway, let's go to Joe in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Giuseppe.
Hey, I'll be very brief. When you say American culture, real Americans are not loving Hollywood and all the filth that's coming out from there. Sex in the City and Friends and all these TV shows where they tell you when to laugh and everybody's just, oh, it's American culture. No, it's not. You know what American culture is? Go to Pennsylvania, the Amish town. You're talking about, the communities, the farmers.
Joe. Hold on a second, Joe.
Hollywood.
Hold on a second, Joe. You think I want to be like the Amish with no electricity? What the hell is wrong with you, Joe?
You think I want to be like these dummies from Hollywood on TikTok?
Well, you have selection in America.
Lady Gaga?
You have selection.
Lady Gaga is not American culture. It's a demon, weird worshiper.
Yeah, well, what is it? You think the Amish culture is what the world wants more of?
Okay, forget Amish. That was an extreme. What about regular Christians?
Wait.
People that live in America.
You said the Amish. I didn't say them.
I just said as an example. But what about watching TV? Does any normal Christian American thinks that it's good for their children to watch nowadays television?
Excuse me, Joe. Americans are more than just Christians, Joe. You know that?
What? 1 second. Who built this country? Indians?
Slaves.
1 second. Who came to this country? What is saying God would trust on every dollar bill?
Who was forced to come to this country? Slaves. Why don't you mention them, Joe?
I'm not. We're not talking about that now. What about Pledge of Allegiance? This country was built in belief in God. This wasn't built on Lady Gaga or any other filthy music.
You would eliminate Lady Gaga, right?
You're saying Beyonce is American culture?
You would eliminate
American culture?
You would eliminate that, Joe?
Would you let your child watch Beyonce?
Well, it's not a question of what I would let my child do.
What do you mean attacking his culture? He's attacking Hollywood, a bunch of weirdos that's feeding filth to our children every single day.
Oh, so what would you prefer? We eliminate all that, Joe?
No. Is anybody over? Can you swear on radio? No. Why these people can show our children filth? Even Disney Channel. I mean, look at the filth they're showing.
So don't have your kids watch it, Joe.
Exactly. That's why we are saying that this is not American culture. This film is not. Hard work
tell
is
the
American
rest,
culture.
Joe. Excuse me. Have you traveled the rest of the world?
Of course.
They have an insatiable appetite for our culture, which comes out of Hollywood.
No, because it's all marketing. They think that America is all about fancy cars and money and partying because they've been watching Hollywood movies as children. So they think America is all, this crazy, beautiful stuff. But what they don't realize that this is all Hollywood fake filth that they teach us. Drugs. Who is promoting drugs?
Excuse me. So drugs came about because of Hollywood, right, Joe?
Well, have you ever listened to any rap song?
Yes, of course I've listened to rap songs.
That's American culture? That's not American culture. That's trash culture. I don't know who decided that that's American culture.
Would you ban it,
Frank
Joe?
Sinatra. Maybe you can call Frank Sinatra as American culture.
All right, but
maybe you can call
would you ban, Joe? Would you ban rap music?
anything that has F word in it should not be anywhere on the radio.
Well,
period.
it's not on the radio. It is. No, it's not.
Out, it's on Sirius. Kids have access
No,
to it
Sirius
all the
is
time.
not the radio. That's satellite. That's like
But
cable.
Kids can listen to it. Adults, anybody
So
can listen to it. It's
don't
everywhere.
have your kids listen to it, Joe.
Okay, do you think Beyonce is a good role model for any girl in this country? Do you think she's American culture? Or do you think
Yeah,
she's some weird...
she is
human
American
worshipping
culture. She is American
whore?
culture. There's no doubt about
So
it.
you're saying dancing whores is American culture, and that's what we should look up, and we should not make fun of it.
Well, you said.
If that's
Wait
the
a second.
case, I disagree.
You said dancing whores.
Yes, that's what they promote all day long. Lady Gaga. Did you ever watch her dance half naked?
Yes, I
Miley
have.
Cyrus. Look at that. You're telling me Miley Cyrus?
So
is not a
what?
dancing
I
whore?
don't understand this. It's out there. There's a variety of things in America.
I'm saying is
Would
that-
you ban it? What do you? I mean, you
wouldn't
could.
ban it, but don't attack Vivek because.
Oh no,
he's
Vivek. Do
saying
you know
that
who Vivek
dancing
is? Wait a
whores
second.
and
Hold
all
on a
this stuff-
second, Joe. You know who Vivek is? He's a Brahmin. Did you ever go to India and see the top caste, the Brahmins,
not saying
how
he's
they treat?
perfect.
Oh no. So you don't know anything about Vivek.
Well, Donald Trump is a billionaire too, but he does some good things. Just because we agree on some stuff, it
By
doesn't
the way,
mean that the guy's
By the
Jesus.
way, Joe, Donald Trump used to run beauty pageants. What do you
Right,
think of that?
Listen, I never said he's. I'm not perfect. He's
Whoa,
not
Joe.
perfect. No one is.
Beauty pageants where you, let's face it, showing a lot of flesh.
What I'm saying is.
Oh,
you
now,
believe-
get out of here, Joe. Get out of here. There, see, you can't say anything negative about Trump. See, that draws the line. Nope. Can't say anything about Donald Trump. Oh, my God. I might get kicked out of MAGA. You know, like Greg Kelly. Greg Kelly, he was ultimate MAGA. And then all of a sudden he challenged the nominee for the Pentagon, and all the MAGA people came after him. This is incredible. America gives you choice. Freedom. It's what we do with the freedom. But all of it is available. It's like when you go to a buffet. You don't want it? Don't look at it. Don't listen to it. If enough people don't look at it and don't listen to it, they're not going to be making money. But Beyonce is a whore. Lady Gaga's a whore. It's like, who the hell is this guy? Does he not know the history of entertainment in America? Oof. I would not want to live in an America where Joe makes the decisions. He obviously has no idea the impact that American culture has had around the world. Now, you could call it the ugly American syndrome in many respects, but in many respects, it's done a lot to liberate people's minds. And this Vivek Ramaswamy, he's like a god to some of these people there, right? They have no idea who he is. And when he travels India, he's treated better than anybody else. Why? Because he's a Brahmin. There's a caste system there. And if you happen to be an outcast or an untouchable, you're a deplorable. Who said that? Oh, that's right. That was Hillary Rodham Clinton describing Trump supporters as a basket full of deplorables. I knew this. I knew I had to discuss this. That guy makes my skin crawl, Vivek Ramaswamy. That he speaks on behalf of America when he puts us down and he elevates other people's culture as if studying all the time, not having any kind of a social life, not being permitted to have an opinion, just studying math and science. God forbid you actually discuss concepts and different points of view. In many of those countries, it's not permitted. Thank God here in America, we can do all of that. But you know something, Tony? You should renounce the fact that you were brought up watching cartoons on Saturday morning, American Bandstand, and then Soul Train. We're not equal to the Vivek Ramaswamis of the world. How dare we enjoy ourselves? How dare we be kids for a while? Go out, run around, play. You know, if you played football or baseball, according to Vivek Ramaswamy, you were wasting your time. If you were the homecoming queen at your high school, you were wasting your time. You should have been studying math and science round the clock. They don't let kids be kids in some of those countries. But then again, you know, if you're Vivek Ramaswamy, you're a Brahmin. You think you're the best, not like the rest. Well, guess what? Here in America, we got choice, Vivek. I wouldn't have given up one moment of watching cartoons when I was growing up. Not one moment. God, he wants to make us all feel bad that we watch sitcoms, we watch cartoons. It was part of our American culture. Who the hell is this guy, right? Who the hell is he to lecture us? The greatest country in the world. And he's lecturing us. What culture are you promoting, Vivek? The culture of India, of Red China? Well, what culture are you promoting? Reveal your cards. You think Vivek never watched cartoons? You know damn well he watched cartoons. He grew up in Cincinnati, right? You knew he was watching a little American Bandstand there towards the end. You know that. Come on. Come on. I hate that guy. Let's go to Denny calling from Reading, Pennsylvania. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Denny.
Curtis, I don't know if I dreamt this or if it was real or somebody was spiking my Captain Crunch, but was there a cartoon called Go-Go Gophers in the 60s?
Go-Go Gophers. I remember hearing about it, but I don't think I ever watched it.
Yeah, you got to check. I think it was a weird cartoon, and there were gophers out back in the Indian fighting days, and they were at one point I think they were actually riding cats.
Are you sure you weren't dropping acid at the time, Denny?
That's what I'm trying to confirm. I don't know, somebody like spiking my oatmeal or what.
Well, remember when you watch SpongeBob SquarePants, which I watched with my sons, I said that's not really a cartoon for kids. That's a cartoon for adults. It looks like whoever did it was doing acid at the time. It could.
Yeah, but this was in the 60s, in like late 60s, and one of the gophers there were gophers out in the back in the late 1800s fighting other like Indian gophers, and one of the gophers in charge was like a Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh, we're going to be talking about. Ironically, Teddy Roosevelt, yes, later, when my father broke my heart and told me that John Paul Jones was a degenerate, and who elevated him, Teddy Roosevelt. You go to Annapolis, right? The Naval Academy, they got him right there in a tomb. My dad said, no, Curtis, you got to research this. I did. Oh, my God, this guy was a scurrilous individual. Remember, I have just begun to fight. John Paul Jones, wait to hear about that later on. Boy, you don't want to go to sleep because I'm getting ready to take on Vivek Ramaswamy.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Walking through a party in the county jail. The prison band was there, they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard this knocked out jailbird sing. Let it rock. Everybody let it rock. Everybody in old cell block was dancing to the jailhouse rock.
Oh, God. Watching Elvis shake his pelvis. Who is that original caller who said sin? Sin. We should follow the Amish who don't even use freaking electricity. God. Said everything should be Christian. Well, I have news for you. Most of the world is not Christian. 2/3 of the world is not Christian. There's other people out there, and they're there in America, and they're not Christian. So, hey, we should just follow Christian mores. Oh, okay. Ay. But Vivek Ramaswamy triggered off with Elon Musk this battle over the H-1B visas, which I understand both points of view. They defended the foreign worker visas. It appears that Trump, who was opposed to them, along with Vance, Hillbilly Vance, they were opposed to them. Now they're not so much opposed to them. It isn't even that argument. That I could deal with. Of course, you always need foreign workers with skills and expertise. It's always been that way. Years ago, you needed carpenters, you needed plumbers, you needed electricians, and you brought them in from Europe and other places. And it was part of a quota that you sought to fill out with legal immigration. You went looking in other countries for people with skills. I get that. I don't even have a problem with that. What I had a problem with is this twit, Vivek Ramaswamy. We're going to get into it up next. All of a sudden, attacking our culture and saying we are responsible for the fact of having to go out and get other people in other countries who have skill levels. That's because we were watching sitcoms in the 90s, probably cartoons before that, not hitting the books, learning about science and math, concerned about being the football captain on the team or the homecoming queen, instead of winning math prizes and science prizes. I got a lot to say up next, and I'm sure some of you do too, right here at your place to be. The most powerful radio station at night in the world.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Oh, yeah. The Village People that Donald Trump elevated this song, YMCA, previously elevated by George Steinbrenner Sr. of the New York Yankees, when using it during the fifth inning reconditioning of the infield by the grounds crew, has brought together so many. Can we lower that music a little bit here? Thank you. Has brought a lot of the MAGA people together who come from different ends of the spectrum. So you've got MAGA folks, a lot of them who, like me, maybe finished high school, tried to go to college, didn't finish it, didn't end up with a degree, or, like me, are considered a high school dropout. Then you have the tech boys from Silicon Valley who have become MAGA And they've taken the lead. As you can see, Elon Musk seems almost to be at the side of Donald Trump more than vice president. I call him the hillbilly, but he also spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley making a lot of dough. Vice President Vance. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem that Elon Musk has been asked, with Vivek Ramaswamy, to make major cuts in this bloated federal budget. $2 trillion worth. That's a lot. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but go for it. Go for it. Let's see what they come up with, because nothing else seems to be working. We're at a $35 trillion debt. It grows each and every day. Just as an example, we spend $4 billion paying debt service each day and only $3 billion on our military, which is all over the world. And that exponentially is going to continue to grow. Soon it'll be $50 trillion that we're in debt. Our deficit every year is $2 trillion, and it just grows and grows. Republicans and Democrats have fed the frenzy, and now at least Trump is saying, we got to do something to cut spending. Okay, I want to see what Elon comes up with, Vivek comes up with. Hopefully they do a good job, because it's going to benefit our country. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about it, but I want to see what they come up with. But they got into an argument with some of their fellow MAGA people about these H-1B visas that brings in men and women who have certain skills. The reason it was established that Americans don't have. The whole idea is if you can't find an American, you're then able to issue visas to fill the void. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. So the H-1B visas, I think they're a total of about 65,000, maybe 85,000 when you consider things. That's not a lot. In a country of close to 350 million people, when you include the illegal aliens, might even be more. That's not a lot. But there are Americans who have the skills who felt that their wages were held down because of the competition of foreigners being brought in who would work for far less and didn't mind the sort of third world conditions in some instances. And that could be debated also. We know that Elon Musk himself was a H-1B visa applicant, came over from South Africa. He's always promoted that. Although people have said, hey, look at his job postings. Those people are earning $200,000 or less. And Americans with the same skills, if they have the same skills, are earning more. So that has an impact of shrinking wages. Okay, we should discuss that. All of that is on the table to be discussed. You get some far-right MAGA people, they've become very racist about this because they look at Elon Musk as he's a foreigner. And even though Vivek Ramaswamy was born and raised here in Cincinnati, did very well, valedictorian at a Jesuit high school in Cincinnati, went to Harvard, and is now considered a billionaire, did very well in business. But no problem. But I think the blowback has come where Elon Musk, to those MAGA people who are at odds, and remember, I'm not a MAGA person, so I can look at it from the outside. He referred to them in one of his ex-posts as contemptible fools. That's almost like calling them deplorables. That means he was quick with his fingers. You see, that's the danger of texting, is that you don't think about it, never really comes out the way it should. Maybe you should have thought, maybe you shouldn't have texted. But all of a sudden, there was this swarm, this frenzy. And Elon Musk called his detractors on the H-1B visa contemptible fools. Well, okay, you're going to piss people off that way, especially if you're a foreigner, which, even though he's contributed mightily to America, some people look at him as a foreigner. I don't. He's more American now than South African, that's for sure. Except he has this penchant when he's on a stage of, What is that, Tony? Jumping around like a Mexican jumping bean. And again, call me racist, xenophobe. It's not. They used to sell that in the candy store, remember? They come in, they look like little beans. You would rub them together, and they would jump around for a little bit. Am I the only one to remember that? That wouldn't be considered racist or xenophobic. But look, Eskimo ice cream pies were considered xenophobic and racist. I can't even call Inuit peoples Eskimos. God forbid. I don't even Okay, we're not going to go there. So that argument about H-1B visas continues. Trump in the New York Post said he sided with Vivek and with Elon Musk. I get it, because he's had workers who came over with H-1B visas for all of his businesses, but he was very opposed to it, as was the Vice President Vance when they were campaigning. But they flip-flop. I remember when Trump was opposed to Bitcoins, which is really crime coins, cryptocurrency, which is a Ponzi scheme, and blockchain, and now he's all into it. Let me ask you a question here, Tony. Imagine somebody has taken out, you've withdrawn money, and it was stolen from you. And you put into the bank, and the bank proves that it was not your fault. They rescind your money, right? Who do you call about Bitcoin? Is there a number you could call? First of all, Bitcoin was created by a guy, a so-called Japanese guy that nobody ever saw. There's one statue of him in Bulgaria, one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and it's a scam. But the MAGA people, they can't say anything negative about Trump. It's like, that is the dividing line. And now all of a sudden you're considered, you're a rhino. Republican in name only, right? So I'm looking at this battle of MAGA people, the New Jack MAGA people, the tech boys, like Vivek, like Elon Musk, like others. They got on board late, but they've obviously added a lot to MAGA. And then, of course, you have the tried and true MAGA folks who have been saying America first for a long, long time, going back to 2013, when, in fact, believe it or not, Bernie the Altakaka Sanders, who my wife supported at that time, was pretty much in that same vein, America first, as was Trump. That's why when Bernie the Altakaka Sanders capitulated at the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia and waved the white flag, my wife said, oofa to that, and voted for Trump. Because there were some aspects about America first that there was synergy between Trump, the conservative, and more a populist. I wouldn't even call Trump a conservative. He's a populist. And Bernie the Altakaka Sanders, a pure socialist. There's no doubt about that. So I see already the battle lines are drawn. And let me just read to you what Vivek did, because I don't know why he weighed in with this argument, although it comes out of elitism. And again, if you've ever been to Italy, not to Italy, to India, as I have, when you meet Brahmins, who are the top caste, the Hindus have a caste system, and then you meet the outcasts and the untouchables, the lower castes, which I spent most of my time with, you kind of understand why this guy thinks he's better than everyone else. He writes, this is Vivek, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence. Argued that foreign workers improve the U.S. economy. Okay, I can accept that. Quote, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian, the top student in a class, will not produce the best engineers. Is that what America is about? Just churning out like little bolts on an assembly line? Engineers? I can tell you this. An American kid growing up has a hell of a lot more diversity in terms of things to do and things to discuss, good things and bad things along the way, which I think help in the maturation process and becoming an adult, and then you have to take responsibility for your actions. Wow. And he caught quite the backlash. and has not in any way, shape, or form surrendered or retreated. So now you have battle lines. So let's look at another Indian American. Yeah, it's Nikki Haley. I think her parents, I think they were doctors. I think they came from the Punjab, which is up in northern India, and then came in through Canada. I'm not quite sure on that. She took umbrage to what Vivek said. And she said there is nothing wrong with American workers or American culture. All you have to do is look at the border and see how many want what we have. We should be investing and prioritizing in Americans, not foreign workers. I concur more with what Nikki Haley said than Vivek Ramaswamy. But let's go to the phones, see what you have to say. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's start first with Bob, because he's talking about cartoons, which is what most of us grew up watching. Am I right, Bob?
Yeah, Curtis. I'm 66, blind guy who wants Bugs Bunny for president. Next.
Now, were you harmed by watching cartoons a lot, especially on Saturday mornings, Bob?
No, it was my education. My parents let me do it. I was out of the way, and then when it was time, I got outside to play.
Right, but you see, my sense is from Vivek Ramaswamy, you shouldn't have been watching cartoons, later on sitcoms. You shouldn't have been going out and playing football or baseball. You should have just been studying science and math.
I'm a happy man today because of my Bugs Bunny education. And the answer to that one guy, the Go Gophers, that was a spoof on F Troop.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was on the Tennessee Tuxedo Show.
Oh, Tennessee Tuxedo. Now, I remember Tennessee Tuxedo. I just don't remember Go Gophers.
Yeah, it was very racist, just like F Troop.
So it was very racist. You mean it wouldn't cut the mustard nowadays?
No, it was portraying stupid Indians and, the...
Oh, wow.
It was just like F Troop and the crazy Indians that they were always fighting.
Yeah, that's I gotta look at, probably they got it online, old versions
I
of
gotta find it too to jog my memory, but you should. I'm curious what you think when you see it.
What was the name of it again?
From Tennessee Tuxedo.
Okay, that I remember, Tennessee Tuxedo. So it
was
was
one of the skits in that show, as part of that show.
Ah, I see. So it's like when we would watch Rocky and Bullwinkle during the Cold War, Boris and Nastasia, and they were battling the KGB. We were introduced through that program to Dudley Do-Right, RCMP, the Canadian Mounted Police.
Exactly, you got it. Dudley was part of that show, just like Go Gophers was part of the Tennessee Tuxedo Show. You got it.
All right, so we learned about the Cold War from Rocket J. Squirrel and Bullwinkle J. Moose. In fact,
they're better for it.
That's right.
Better people for it.
We learned the bad ones were Boris and Nastasia, right, because they represented the KGB and the Soviet Union menace. And then we had somebody to look up to like RCMP, who was Dudley Do-Right, who preferred his horse to his girlfriend.
Poor Nell.
Yeah, but you see, he stayed away. We were taught at an early age the reason us guys kept getting in trouble because of Eve. Eve seduced Adam to eat the apple, right? It was never it was never our fault, Bob. It was always some female along the way. Lady Gaga, Beyonce, they made us become sexually out of control.
Or Natasha, she was hot.
Yeah, she was. Well, you almost perceived that she was a honey trap, right?
Yeah, I got that. And I learned from that. I stay away from honey traps.
Right. I don't know. What this Vivek Ramaswamy is like, it's like, okay, you did good. You're really well in science and math. You did well in your life. You're a billionaire. You got a nice family. You're a contributor to America. But why knock American culture? You were born and raised here. Why didn't you go back to India?
There you go.
He's traveled India, but you see, when he travels India, he's a Brahmin. He gets top shelf 5-star treatment. These outcasts and untouchables that I was staying with, who was the lower caste, they got to basically be around and say, Vivek, what do you want? Anything you want, I'm there at your beck and call. I'm like your indentured servant. You see, that's the problem. That's the problem.
There's Hindus here in Franklin, Jersey, and I was an honor roll student in Franklin, New Jersey. After studying Bugs Bunny, I did okay. But I see the caste system in the whatever they are, the Hindus that relocated here.
Yeah, you see it in Edison, you see it in Iselin. Hey, and they do very well, but it's not what I want to emulate. I don't want a caste system. I don't want just one group is better than everyone else. That's not what America is. I realized for a long time in America it was like that without having a caste system. But Vivek Ramaswamy apparently wants kids to not have fun growing up.
I hope my grandkids follow my lead.
Do they watch cartoons?
Yes, they do. There's still hope, Curtis.
No,
give up the hope.
Vivek and that other caller we had, turn that off. Don't expose.
That call you had that's why I called. He scared me.
Yeah, he did. He scared me too. He wanted us to be like the Amish.
And then he stopped then. In the Hindu business with the caste, another society with no respect for women.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. They don't treat well, although the women professionally do extraordinarily well. They're very bright. They obviously work hard. They study. But you're right. There is that separation of the two. But that caller, remember, he wanted us to be like the Amish.
No, that's what caught my attention.
No electricity, the Amish, right? Horse and buggies, and we put up barns and we bake pies, and that's our whole freaking life.
And then they drive 2 hours to sell their pies to me in the farmers markets in my area.
Hey, if you want to be Amish, that's great about America. You could be a Mennonite, you could be Amish, you could be a hippie, you could be a guru, a self-proclaimed guru. That's the beauty of America. You get to be whatever you want to be. These other countries, not so much, Bob. Not so much. I'm really growing to really hate this guy, Vivek. I mean, with a passion. There's a lot of things to knock about America, but watching cartoons and sitcoms and having prom queens and guys playing American smash mouth football and being the captain of their football team, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it makes me feel like, these are all the things I wanted to do. I wasn't the captain of my football team. I was the captain of my baseball team, JV. But I almost feel like, why did I go out and play baseball and football? Maybe I should have studied more. I was horrible in math and science. Those were my worst subjects. Oh, my God, I should have forced myself. I wouldn't have been good. I had no attraction to math and science. I was not reading Popular Mechanics magazine. No matter if you forced me, I still wouldn't have done well. Let's go to Jerry in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Jerry.
Hey, Curtis, Vivek is a perfect example of a person who is not well-rounded, and that's why he's so ignorant. He is so much a nerd and so much, as you said, a class person, that he's actually ignorant and doesn't even know it. Now, let's look. If everybody was a nerd and grew up basically a nerd instead of a well-rounded, let's say, football player type of guy or athlete, you would have Reagan and Trump could never be the type of leaders they are if they grew up as nerds, as mathematicians. You would never have had the wherewithal and type of person to start the Guardian Angels if you had just been a nerd and a bookworm all your life. Never. There would be no Guardian Angels either. So that's the type of thing that this kid doesn't get. And you're absolutely right with the military. If we had all nerds 100 years ago, if that was our society for 100 years, what we would have is we would be teabagged by the Russians and the Chinese. They'd be coming over here and we'd all be lined up at our computers. They'd teabag us.
You know, he volunteered this. It wasn't like it was part of the argument.
He's ignorant. That's why.
Right. And again, Elon Musk sort of triggered it by calling those who disagreed contemptible fools. But that was a little thing. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Vivek pulled out this, the way you people grew up, it was inferior. You shouldn't have been aspiring to be a prom queen or play football or watch sitcoms or watch cartoons. It's sort of like, guy, you're here in America. You don't have to stay here. Nothing forces you. You can raise your kids differently if that's what you want to do. That's the beauty of America.
Here's a thing that's interesting. It's off script here. Go back to 1952 when Rocky Marciano wins his title from Jersey Joe Walcott in a 13th round knockout. I wanted to let you know, because I wasn't sure if you even knew this, 49 different theaters showed that fight. So I know you were talking one night about closed circuit, Ali-Frazier fight, right? That was worldwide, but in the United States, you can look this up too. 49 different places had that in a movie theater live in 1952, and one of them was a drive-in theater in Camden, New Jersey. So what were the people in India doing at that time? What were they doing in 1952 when we would actually had fights we were watching?
Yeah, well, like I say, later on, I'm going to give you a feel of what my experience in India was. And when I would come across people like Vivek, they were doing very well because obviously there is a big class struggle there, the very rich and the very poor, not too many middle class. And the air of superiority that the Brahmins have over the untouchables and the outcasts in their caste system who are Hindus is so discernible. It made me, when I was in Pondicherry, they opened up a sewer cap because there was obviously sludge down in there and they had to get it out and they didn't have a modern way to do it. So they took an untouchable, they put him in swaddling cloth. Mm-hmm. They lowered him in there with a bucket and a pot. And when they took the sewer cap off, I almost got asphyxiated from the smell. They didn't understand what I was saying, but I was saying, you can't put that guy down there. He's going to die. Mm-hmm. And one of them said to me, obviously many of them speak English, it's okay. He's an untouchable. Mm-hmm. And I was like, What do you mean an untouchable? That sounds pretty good. Untouchable, like, you can't touch this guy. It meant they had to do all the worst work. And if they suffered as a result of it, well, that's their caste.
Caste discrimination is alive and well in the Indian community in New Jersey. And it's still very present, and it's so present that there are many people that look into it legally, whether they're discriminating against other classes. They've got to actually be careful in their businesses. I mean, most Indian people are very good people. I mean, they're really nice people. There's nothing wrong with them at all.
Yeah, their kids are doing so well in school. They're very disciplined. You're not going in, sending Indian kids to Scared Straight to try to get them out of a life of crime. They're
great.
But they're in this H-1B1 visa battle, 75% of those applying are from India. And they'll work in conditions that Americans would not work in. They'll work for wages that Americans would not. So are we driving Americans out because the Indian comes over with the skill level, but you can pay them a lot less with a lot less quality of life? I mean, that has to be discussed also.
My understanding is that the majority of those computer jobs are ones that Americans can do, and that the real cream of the crop, people from around the world in the computer area, already get into this country on many different ways, including H-1B1, but mostly it's to save money. And that's really what it is. And also to have a very, very, very obedient worker who's afraid they're going to have to go home if, like you said, the working conditions, if they gripe about anything. And that's another thing that these people who hire them like, and that's really disgusting.
No, it's true. Only 12% are from mainland China. So the bulk of them are from India. Both these countries have 1 billion more people than we have in the United States. Imagine each one has 1 billion more people. And in fact, in the case of India, they now have more people than China has. I thought originally it was mainland China that had more people than any other country. India has surpassed them. And most would never qualify for H-1B visa.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I think Hulk Hogan is a American cultural figure around the world. I have a feeling he probably grew up watching cartoons, probably watched sitcoms, spent a lot of time in the gym banging metal around dumbbells. I don't think he spent all that much time in school. I would bet that Hulk Hogan probably didn't do that well in math and science like Vivek Ramaswamy would have hoped for.
Let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Now, I have a feeling when Elon Musk was at the convention in Milwaukee along with Vivek Ramaswamy, when Hulk Hogan introduced President Trump as the designated Republican candidate, I have a feeling they were up on their feet cheering him, including Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you think Vivek was watching wrestling at all when he was growing up? No. Maybe. I would. How did he not? I mean, kids were watching wrestling, right? WWF, WWE, boy, they had some really bad personalities. They introduced you to some really bad characters with really bad flaws, and culturally, oh my God, a negative, what can we call it, the bad American syndrome. Let's go to Nap calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Nap. Yes, hello, Nap. What happened to Nap? What the hell happened to Nap? I think he's taking a nap. Oh, my God. He has done absolutely the worst thing that you can do to a talk show host or hostess, and that is start cutting Z's while he's on the line. Shame on you, Nap. You should have been with us to the break of dawn. Let's go, if we can, to Pamela calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Pamela.
Hello. We have a caste system here in the United States, and, I'm a capitalist. Okay, I understand. In New Jersey, it's not just urban areas. If you don't grow up in Bergen County, let's say versus Passaic County, darn well you don't have as many opportunities. And it's your, you get educated, and then it's your job to, lift yourself to a higher level. But growing up, I know darn well as a student that I saw jocks getting away with certain things. And I got nothing against jocks, but I also saw students getting positions in schools depending upon whether daddy or mommy owned a business. And teachers thought they could be favored in their eyes if they gave their kids positions. It started in grammar school with the kids who got safety patrol. And as a kid, I noticed these things. So we have a caste system too. There was somebody who owned a dealership and a funeral parlor, and they got picked for everything. And my dad was a mechanic, and back in the day, in the 60s, and 70s, mechanics were not respected. They were treated like the untouchables.
Yeah, they were called grease monkeys.
Yep, and my father would, and listen, my father loved education. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we moved within New Jersey, so I could go to a better school. And he would have college professors who he was friendly with, high school professors, and he used to come home, and believe me, he respected education. And sometimes they would come into the service station, and they would get a cup of coffee and talk to my dad, and my dad would tell stories about, here's a chemistry teacher. He comes in and he can't open the carton of milk. He can't figure out how to open this new type of carton of milk. I guess that's when they first started coming out with, with the foldable things instead of glass back in the day. And he couldn't, and he said, give it to me. So there's all different types of intelligence. And there are also different ways of discrimination. And I'm not just talking about minorities versus white. White people in New Jersey were discriminated against depending upon where you went to school and what your daddy did for a living. And hey, I'm a capitalist, rise above it. It's cool, I get it. But everywhere you go, every culture has discrimination in certain ways. But the difference, and also about that gentleman who was talking about certain things, hey, I'm no prude, I like certain things. Elvis was up on stage in the 50s doing what he was doing, and even to this day, I think some of it was a little odd, the way he shook himself. And Ed Sullivan said, you can't do that and everything. It was a little weird. But, hey, I enjoy American culture, but I'm friendly with the lady who runs the laundromat, and I go in there, certain things you have to do in a laundromat, and there's TVs, big screen TVs up. And I said, hey, don't you think you should turn another station on? Because the women are not clothed. Some of these videos are from other countries, and some of them are ours. And they've got hardly no clothes on, and they're doing sexual movements. And there's toddlers in the place. There are certain things that should be, let's just say, hidden from little ones, because it does affect them. There's certain things our little ones should be protected from. And has America gone too far in that area? Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, my parents were really cool. For being of the Depression era, they got certain things, but they were really something. They would tell me, oh, Alice in Wonderland, you're not watching that. That's like some guy on LSD or something. And, certain episodes of Disney. My parents did not like a lot of the stuff on Disney. He said, did you ever notice how somebody always dies horribly in Disney? When they had the series on, remember they used to have Disney on Sunday night with Bonanza on the other station?
Sure.
And my parents would say, well, Disney isn't so wholesome. Sorry, Disney. Some of it was cool, back in the day. But some of it was depressing. And my parents didn't even like a lot of fairy tales. Now, fairy tales were made to teach kids lessons. And, my parents would explain that to me because some of them were really scary. And, if you were a decent kid, they would downright scare you. So there's caste systems and there's certain things in culture that we just got to be, careful of. And there's certain things that our kids are exposed to, the violence level. Oh, I know darn well, the visual level. I remember years ago when, what's that video game with when the first one came out where you drove around and to see how many people you could kill on the screen. What was that called again?
Oh,
anyway, my nephew.
San Andreas Fault?
No. It was the car chases and everything. The first one.
Right.
Yeah, the car shootings in the street. And I remember my nephew first getting that, and I went to visit them. And he said, Aunt Pam, come and play this with me. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, oh, my God. And I'm telling my sister, what is he watching? That the score is how many people you can blow away? And she said, well, that's what the kids are doing. I said, not my kid. I said, I'm not participating in this. This is sick. And so we've gone too far thinking it's normal. We've gone way too far. So, see, I grew up being a combination. I'm kind of like, I was too young to be protesting in the 60s and early 70s. I'm at the younger age of the baby boomers. But I tell you something, certain of the protests, I'd probably be out there, against Vietnam, not the violent ones. There was a lot of protests back then that were a little different. My brother went off to serve during Vietnam, and he was a patriot. And my father, having served in World War II, he wasn't too thrilled about it because my parents got it. They were very smart. They were very cool and culturally aware that there were certain things that, they taught us. My mom used to tell us, when we went to school, and the 60s were filled with these standardized tests and filling out applications, and they were just being nosy. They were taking all kinds of polls to find out, about being nosy in American families. And my mother especially used to tell us, listen, you go to school and they tell you to fill out anything, you bring that home to us and we'll look it over and see what's going on here. My parents were very well aware of, certain things going on. And they taught us to be, it's funny. I'm conservative in a lot of ways, but I also have those gaps where I'm very much aware that, there are certain things that, I enjoy American culture. Hey, there were things in the 20s and 30s on before the censors. They had Shirley Temple, the Little Rascals, doing like burlesque films and everything. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on in America forever. And but there are certain things that you shouldn't allow toddlers to watch because it can affect their brain chemistry and it can encourage violence and what we have today, people burning people on trains. And it's not just by illegal aliens. There are things going on in this country before, things got bad with the illegals. It's sad. We can't even go into New York. I was just telling somebody the other day about, did they see the Neil Diamond play? Because her mother and they always loved Neil Diamond. She goes, oh, no, I don't go to New York anymore at all. I don't go to New York. And,
they're not alone, unfortunately, Pam. They're just not alone. But that's the kind of discussion that we have to have, unlike Vivek Ramaswamy from this elitist position of lecturing us as to why we need H-1B visa workers because we were too busy watching sitcoms, becoming homecoming queens, football players, watching cartoons, instead of studying math and science. Now, I've seen that in other countries where they have cram schools, like in Japan. I have guardian angels in Japan. First time I ever saw it, kids sleeping on the subway. I thought, what? Did they get kicked out of their house? Are they juvenile delinquents? And my international leader, KG Otis, said, no, they're just tired. They go to school all day, they go home, they have something to eat, and then they have to go to cram school at night. By the time it's finished and they're heading back home, they're just completely so exhausted they go to sleep on the train. Now, I don't know how much of a childhood that kid is going to have if all they're doing is going to school and studying morning, noon, and night. Will they become a success? Probably. But they will have missed a childhood and all the experiences that some of us had collectively, which went into our growth experience. I don't think they have that. I think too many of them appear to think the same, talk the same. They don't seem to have their own points of view. They don't seem to accentuate individuality. Those are my experiences in traveling. Japan, traveling in India. I don't know if I want to grow up in a culture like that, to be honest with you. Sure, for some, is excellence in academics. You study all day, you study all night, you study all weekend, and you don't have much time to enjoy your youth and do the kind of things that you're encouraged to do here in the United States. A lot of nerds, a lot of geeks there. And that's okay. if that's what you want to be, fine. You'll probably be a very successful individual. I don't know if you'll be happy. But I'd like people to have a more well-rounded experience when you're young. That's what the time is for, because before you know it, you're going to be a young adult and then an adult, and then the time has passed you by, and now you got to buckle down. You got to work a job you really hate. You got to be with people you really despise, you loathe, because you got to earn an income to pay your rent, raise your family, or take care of your responsibilities, and you get into what they call the grind, which oftentimes will grind somebody into a situation where they're drinking or they're using drugs or they're self-medicating because they're just not happy. I'd like kids to be able to be happy, at least up until that time where they have to start taking on more responsibility. Is that too much to ask? Let's go to Pete in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Pete.
Oh, hi, Curtis. You've had a lot of marvelous callers tonight. Very, very bright American thinkers. I have a couple of rapid-fire comments. Ramaswamy, it's very worthwhile to listen to his imperious speeches, very educational, but never give a person like him any official power. Every culture and breed of people on earth is filled with wannabe imperialists, elitists, and merciless dictators, if they can be. When we were growing up outside of Newark, New Jersey, my Irish Catholic father had a bunch of young teenagers, and we're asking them questions about races of people in our class or town and black kids and how what are you supposed to think? And my Irish Catholic father said, never, ever treat anybody better because they're black, and never treat them any different or lower because they're black. And that was his education. And what I think of often here at Christmas time, I would say I study world history, the only thing about American culture, the only thing that makes it distinctly different from any other thing in world history is that so far, anyhow, we are still allowed to go to a Catholic church if you want to. And I say that when Jesus announced the kingdom of God is at hand, he gave severe instructions. He said, you are not to make it like the kingdom of man, where power, and he said, you must be the servant and the humble servant, knowing that you yourself are a pile of nothingness unless the Holy Spirit lets you be something. So you be the opposite of the kingdom of man, because now the kingdom of God is at hand. And every culture in history, they get rid of the Catholic Church for that reason. So I say that the only difference of American culture is that so far, anyhow, we are still allowed to have to be able to go to a Catholic church, and it's not a
to be Pete, to be able to worship any way you choose to worship, which in a lot of places around the world that is unfathomable. It's not even permissible. 1-800-848-9222.
It's another side of midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Yeah, I wonder what Vivek Ramaswamy, or whatever the hell his name is, growing up in Cincinnati. That's a sports town. Oh, boy, is that a sports town. Friday nights is high school football. Saturdays is college football. Sundays, professional football. So if somebody spent their time participating in high school football on Friday night, let's say cheerleaders, pom-pom girls, people going, spending a lot of hours partying afterwards, or maybe going to a college football game on Saturday, the Bengals on Sunday. I guess they'd be wasting their time, according to Vivek Ramaswamy. I wonder what he did in growing up in Cincinnati. It'd be very interesting having a conversation. Did you not go to the high school football game? You went to a Jesuit high school. They probably had a football team. Be very interesting if he actually did that or he just stayed at home and studied science and math, which he seems to be suggesting Americans should be doing more of. Let's go to Susan calling from Manhattan. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Susan.
Hi, Curtis. I was very happy to hear. I call him Bruce Marlin. You call him Cousin Brucey. I know him since I'm a little girl. My father was his accountant, and he was just starting out. So I was like 12, 13. And if I remember correctly, he started out on WINS. Is that true, or did I get that wrong?
No, you might be right. People don't realize that WABC was the big kahuna across the nation. They were the All-Americans. You had WMCA, which were the good guys. WINS was a huge top 40 station. So it might well. He told us the story the other day. He couldn't get a job in America. He sent out his demo tapes, and they hired him for his first job in Bermuda.
I heard that. But so I know when my father started doing his taxes, he was just starting to work for WINS, and we were so happy. And he used to come and bring us all these stacks of 45 demos, and it was really a lot of them. But I found one good one. It was my favorite. It was Chuck Berry doing School Days. As a kid, we just loved that,
So you love Chuck Berry doing School Days?
Yes, I played that over and over again. That was the only really hit song in the whole bunch that he gave us.
Yeah. Well, remember, let me see. You had WINS. You had Murray the K and the Swinging Soiree. He was a DJ there. Could well have been Cousin Brucey there. They had a lot of good jocks.
Yes.
Cousin Brucey.
But they all played this song. That was the one song they played. Chuck Berry, who was doing the Tennessee Stump Jumper, going back and forth between his hometown, St. Louis, Missouri, and Memphis, Tennessee. So this, Susan, is dedicated to you.
And the guy behind you won't leave you alone. Ring, ring goes the bell. The cook in the lunchroom's ready to sell. You're lucky if you can find a seat. You're fortunate if you have time to eat. Back in the classroom, open your books. Gee, but the teacher don't know how mean she looks. Soon as 3 o'clock rolls around, you finally lay your burden down. Close up your books, get out of your seat. Down the halls and into the street. Up to the corner and round the bend. Right to the juke joint you go in. Drop the coin right into the slot. You gotta hear something that's really hot. With the one you love, you're making romance. All day long you've been wanting to dance. Feeling the music from head to toe. Round and round and round you go.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
The ice and snow from the midnight sun where the
in Mar-a-Lago, there's a huge delegation of Canadians sent by Trudeau Jr. from Ottawa, from all different levels of a government he's trying to save. He is in despair. He is plummeting in the polls. It seems like at any moment he may have to call a snap election. He's down to about 23% in the polls. That is a tough area to survive. But he's hoping to somehow create a working relationship with the incoming Trump administration through his ministers who are spending the weekend. And I'm wondering, as they spend the weekend there, what has become of Sid Rosenberg? He was supposed to, this Saturday, the 28th, have a sit-down meeting with President-elect Donald Trump. And I'm sure he brought to his attention my main concern was to not issue a pardon to the swagger man with no plan, Eric Adams, who has helped destroy this city, back-to-back, belly-to-belly, from Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor of the dope from Park Slope, with his grifter wife, Charlene. In 8 years, they devastated us, and now Eric Adams, in 3 years, has pile-drived us. So we're talking about 11 years. And now he wants a pardon for his sins. Say it ain't so, Donald Trump. Say it ain't so. I'm sure when Sid returns, which will be Wednesday, he'll be able to tell us, his huge audience, what, if anything, he was able to discuss with President-elect Donald Trump, although the Canadians are giving him cauliflower ear. They are begging him, beseeching him to work with Trudeau Jr. to save the Liberal government in Ottawa. And he keeps saying to them, why don't you just become the 51st state? Why don't you just become the 51st state? Why can we not elect the great one, Wayne Gretzky, no, not Mark Levin, as the premier of Canada and install him in Ottawa and really consider coming under the wing of the United States, where Trump says, I'll lower your taxes to about 21%. It's up near 50% from what I understand. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And then, of course, in Denmark, the Danes are getting all riled up, thinking that somehow, some way, Donald Trump will fulfill his purpose of manifest destiny in the Western Hemisphere and not just lease or rent Greenland, but may well just invade it and take it over. There's only 88,000 Inuit people there. That ain't nothing for the largest island in landmass in the world that Trump has focused on now for a second time. First time was when he was in office, 2013. He wanted to swap Puerto Rico for Greenland. And there were no takers at that point. And the King Frederick has determined that $1 billion has to be sent to fortify and secure Greenland from invasion from the United States, which I think is specious. All Eric Adams wants to do is to sit down and make a deal, but he certainly wants Greenland. And he certainly wants Canada to become the 51st state. Both Greenland and Canada are in North America, so that would fulfill the Trump manifest destiny of the Monroe Doctrine. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Karen, who's calling from Brewster. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Karen.
Curtis, I can't believe your stamina. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. Are you drinking a lot of coffee? I can't get over how you're on and you're just so smart and you know everything and you never seem to fail. You're just amazing.
Well, I'll tell you this, Karen. The secret of radio, and especially talk radio, they call it the spoken word, is you can be like a battery that's self-charging. If you're doing good talk radio, you just get more energy.
Gee.
If you're not doing good talk radio, I've certainly had bouts of that, you really get tired real quick. So what you have to do is rev yourself up. And I've said this always, you got to do 2 hours of research for every 1 hour you're on the air. And You owe it to the audience. You really do. But it also energizes you if you're putting everything into it. Every show has got to be your best show. Your next show has got to be a better show. You got to push your performance level.
I do a lot of that. I'm a fitness instructor, and people go, "How do you do it?" I go, "Well, I talk myself into it. I get out there, and can never let them see me sweat. And then, of course, I go home and I collapse sometimes." But I was getting back to the culture. I grew up with the American Bandstand and all that, and I wanted to know if you remember a game on I'm a little around your age, called Winky Dink and You, where you had a screen on the TV, and if he had to go, like if the bridge broke, you had to draw the bridge for him, the little cartoon. I'm going way back.
Yeah.
My older
Now, what
brother
was the name of the program,
Winky
Karen?
Dink. Winky Dink
I
and
can
You.
assure you that I would never have been watching a program called Winky Dink. That's like having been sent to the Wendy Correctional Facility outside of Buffalo. It's maximum security.
Oh, it was so cool, though. They gave you the game and the screen, and you had to draw the picture to save him from falling into the water, and it was great.
Karen,
but
let me tell you what
my life was like American Bandstand, and it was like Greece. We'd go to the soda shop, have pizza. I was a cheerleader. We had basketball games. We would go out afterwards, and of course I was Catholic. I had to wait till 12 o'clock before I could have my meatball wedge, and because it was on Friday, usually our games. It was just great. My boyfriend was an all-star. Unfortunately, he went to Vietnam and was killed at 20 years old.
Oh, wow.
And, it was terrible, but. Our culture was so great. I mean, we
Well, not according to Vivek Ramaswamy. You spent too much time eating wedges and drinking soda and going to, football games and watching, what was that, Winky Dinky?
I watched a lot, Bugs Bunny and a lot of them,
Oh,
too.
no. You should have been studying math and science according to Vivek Ramaswamy, who has a problem with our culture.
Oh, my God. Remember Slinky and the hula hoop? We had contests.
Oh, yeah, the hula hoop, definitely. Yeah, there you had to have good dexterity in your hips.
I tried. Now I can't do it. I used to win contests. Now I try it with my grandkids. I go, I used to do that. And I can't do it anymore.
Now, see, Vivek would say, wait a second, why'd you spend time with a hula hoop? You didn't become an engineer, did you?
No, but I had a good life.
You didn't become a mathematician or a scientist, did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
No.
well, then you failed. In his mind, you failed to fully achieve yourself. Oh, here it is. This is all for you, Karen and Brewster.
Anyone can play from 3 to 110.
Oh, God, Vivek right now is probably saying, oh, you lost all that time. Karen.
It was worth staying up to do this. It was great.
Of course. This was a part of life. You enjoyed yourself because I'm sure once you became an adult, now a lot of that stuff had to slow
I'll
down.
tell you something. I tell the little kids, my little grandchildren, I always say to them, never grow up all the way. Keep that little kid in you, because then you're boring when you get older. You have that little kid in you, and they even tell me who has a little kid in them and who doesn't. They know. They could tell.
Wow. They're that astute.
That's how I feel. I still have a little kid. I used to do dance with little kids. I put a tutu on and dance with them, and my little helper would say, "How can you do that?" It would be at camp. I said, "Because I'm not 16 anymore. I don't care. I still have a little kid in me, and the kids love it." And I'm still like that.
See, Vivek Ramaswamy would have said, because of that frivolity of yours, you didn't become an engineer, a mathematician, or a scientist.
Boy, I'm glad I didn't, because I've had a good life, and I'm still having a good life.
Yeah, and you have great memories.
Great memories. That's what I was thinking about when I was trying to get you. The line was busy, and I kept thinking of all my childhood and growing up and all the fun things I did, blowing bubbles, collecting all those baseball cards and putting them on your bicycle. course, I wish I had some of them now. My brother lost a lot of the Mickey. I used to eat the gum and throw all the Mickey Mantle cards away. Boy, I wish I had them now.
What? You threw the Mickey Mantle cards away?
I know it. I know.
Oh, that's like heresy. Oh, God, you realize how...
I didn't know. You know, I wanted the gum. Me and my girlfriends, we just bought it for the gum. What are you kidding?
Yeah, and the dental trips afterwards, that hard gum that sometimes would crack.
No, the Bonomo's Turkish taffy used to pull them out. Remember that? You used to slam it down and the taffy.
Yeah, sure.
That would pull any fillings out of my teeth. But,
but you see,
good memories.
Vivek would say you weren't diligent enough, you weren't studying enough, you weren't hitting the books enough, and because of you, we are a country of mediocrity now.
Wow. All I could say, kept saying, Trump gets in as president, Curtis is mayor of New York, and we had a truckload of Twinkies, and our country's great.
Wow, a truckload of Twinkies.
Yeah.
Now, how about devil dogs and ring dings?
Or was it devil dogs? I remember listening to you about them getting something about, I thought it was Twinkies.
No, Twinkies, but some people, they didn't like it because of that, the sort of orange look with the cream. They wanted the ring dings, the devil dogs. I mean, you had choice. You had selection. Which way you would get catatonic.
But the Twinkies never go away. Something's in them. They must have a lot of preservatives in them.
Oh, my God. Now they're being made in the biggest bakery in all of Mexico there.
What about the Twinkie?
Oh, my God.
What?
I had an ice cream sandwich one day. We had some club we went to. They gave it, and they didn't even dissolve. I was dancing, came back an hour later, and it hadn't moved. Didn't even melt.
Yeah, I think if you put a Twinkie out there, it could survive until the ends of time and would just remain the same.
I know. Well, I really enjoy you. I don't stay up this late for anybody but you, Curtis. You're great.
What about the Twinkie?
Yeah, what about the Twinkies? What about the Twinkies, Karen? You got to start binging on Twinkies.
I was more of Hostess cupcake girl.
Oh, Hostess cupcake. Now, did you like the chocolate?
The pink one with the coconut.
Oh, wait a second. No guy would be caught dead eating that. I'm sorry. There's certain things that a guy could not be caught. He couldn't be watching Winky Dinky. He couldn't be eating pink cupcakes. He couldn't be asking for rainbow sprinkles, when he would run out to the Mr. Softy truck. No rainbow sprinkles. And the other thing is he could not take a Peter Pan bus. He'd have to walk. I would not take. I was stuck in Hartford, and they said the only bus leaving here is a Peter Pan bus, which is coming out of Springfield, Massachusetts. I refuse to be seen in a Peter Pan bus.
You have your principles. What can you do? You got to live by them.
Exactly. Now, I ended up walking and finally hitchhiked and got to where I had to go, but I was not going to be seen in a Peter Pan bus because you know what that infers? That I would be just like Peter Pan.
See, and that was a good cultural thing you did. You had your principles and you stuck by it.
Exactly, Karen. Exactly. Although, boy, I had to walk a long way before I finally got somebody to pick me up. And I see Trailways, a Greyhound, Peter Pan. I don't want to be seen in a Peter Pan bus. What do you mean, what was wrong with Peter Pan? You remember how guys would say, oh, what, do you like Peter Pan? That was, oh, my God. That was like, oh, my God, how am I going to recover from this being called in the neighborhood of Peter Pan? That was, let's just say it wasn't something to be proud of at that point. Yeah, let me hear that. Super Chicken.
It looks like you will take a licking. There is someone waiting who will hurry up and rescue you. Just call for Super Chicken. Fred, if you're afraid, you'll have to overlook it. Besides, you knew the job was dangerous when you took it. He will drink his super sauce and throw the bad guys for a loss, and he will bring them in alive and kicking. There is one thing you should learn when there is no one else to turn to. Call for Super Chicken. Call for Super Chicken.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I was first introduced to Canada through Rocket J. Squirrel and Bullwinkle J. Moose, the Cold War, as they battled the evil Boris and the sultry-voiced Natasha. KGB agents, we would watch those episodes, and then as an addition, almost like a matinee where you had two shows, two movies sandwiched between the giveaway on stage at your local movie theater. You ended up with Dudley Do-Right, the Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP, as we saw him stand there and he chose his steady steed over his girlfriend, Nell. And then I realized that was dedication. Concentrate on being an RCMP, right? RCMP, right? Canadian Mounted Police. And don't chase the women. Take care of your horse.
And now...
Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
But...
See? Nothing up my sleeve. Presto! Wrong hat.
And now it's time to meet Mr. Peabody.
But according to Vivek Ramaswamy, I wasted most of my time watching those cartoons and then playing American Smash Mouth football. I wasted my time. I should have been hitting the books. I should have been reading Popular Mechanics. I should have been studying my math, which I was lousy at, and science, which I was lousy at. But I knew where Canada was. I was great in geography. I knew where Hudson Bay was. I knew where the maritime provinces were. And I could tell you where Prince Edward Island was. Yes, I knew about Canada. And now Donald Trump would like to make Canada the 51st state. But let's go to Giuseppe, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Giuseppe.
Yes, hi, Curtis. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Joe.
Great, great. I'm a child of the 60s, grew up in the 70s. Unfortunately, I was a little too young to understand the essence of Mr. Rogers. I was just a little too cool to watch him. I watched, the cartoons, Bullwinkle and Aesop's Fables on that, and loved all those shows. But unfortunately, I now turned 72, and my favorite shows are old reruns from Mr. Rogers. I shed a tear when I heard of his passing in the parking lot at FedEx, and that was it. And now I realize how inspirational he was. He's slow. He doesn't give you too many shifts of pictures. Every 3 seconds, a new picture is on. Gosh, it's incredible. That's how kids are growing up. And now, like you said, video games, kill, kill, kill. That's why we have some of the school shooting problems, I believe. But, of course, a lot of things go involved with that. But also watch golf, and I try to calm down and relax now. I'm not as vigilante as I'm not saying the guardian angels are, but of course I have never seen one, and I do a lot of bicycling in New York every year for the Bike New York, but I haven't seen a beret or a guardian angel in my travels. Why is that?
Well, you will. You will. We have expanded around the world. We're in 13 countries. A total of, we've been into 130 cities. But, yes, the mission has called us back into the subways. Pretty much started working on that 2 weeks ago when I forbade my wife, Nancy, from riding the subways any longer. It is so dangerous. And in just a few hours, we will be renewing our subway patrols at the very location that poor tragic soul ended up being torched alive. Right at the F-Train station, Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue. And we will be patrolling on the subways, going from the beginning, the back of the car to the front of the car, doing it old school way because nobody does that in the subways. The cops, they're not patrolling the subways, they're moving subways, they're positioned on the platforms and near the turnstiles, which is okay. But that means there are no cops to be riding on the moving subways, which we will be doing as of 9:30 this morning at Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue. Let's go, if we can, Ed in Evansville. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Ed.
Hey, Curtis. Thank you for taking my call. Listen, I just heard recently that Mayor Adams was telling the police department they got to cut their overtime, and it's like incredible in light of recent events, you know, and not having enough on the force. Would you say 37,000 or something like that? Something incredulous. But
well, actually, let me explain. There should be 38,000 cops at a minimum. They're now down to 32,500, which now requires cops to work 6 days a week mandatory. They've got to do overtime. That's 12 hours, 12-hour shifts. It is driven wedges between them and their family members at home because they can never be there. And most importantly, it's killed their morale, so they're looking for early retirement, or they're subject to being recruited out by other police departments that recognize if you've gone through the basic orientation of becoming a New York City cop, you're the kind of guy or gal that we want, and they are snatching up cops, recruiting cops right amongst the ranks because of the poor quality of the work structure that exists for an average cop who gets spat at, yelled at, cursed at, hit, and there are no consequences for that, and they're not permitted to do their job. So all of that is leading to the depletion in the ranks.
Yeah. Also, Curtis, real quick, these socialist countries, they're seeing, hey, Trump made a comeback, and we can do it too. And now that's why you're having these other countries looking at us and saying, hey, you know what? Our leaders suck. You know, what the heck is going on? Let's make a change. And everybody, thanks and Happy New Year. Thanks, Curtis.
Appreciate that, Ed, calling from Evansville. Who came out of Evansville? Who had a restaurant there? Donnie Baseball, Don Mattingly. Oh, yeah, Evansville, Indiana, almost positive. 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, yeah, Van Halen, Panama. President Donald Trump wants to take back the Panama Canal. American oversight would ensure, he says, fair pricing and secure our strategic interests right there near the equator, right in the center of the Western Hemisphere. Let's crack it. President of Panama is blocking off the Darien Gap, where many of the illegal aliens flood through in order to make their way through Mexico and into the United States. But Trump says he wants to take the Panama Canal back. Let's go to Rich in Newark. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Rich.
Hi, Curtis. I thought the TV shows in the 1950s, I'm from your era, were very good for kids because it helped them to keep them on the paths of righteousness. You had the Lone Ranger, Sergeant Preston and Yukon King, and Roy Rogers and Dale Evans not only showed you the importance of fighting good over evil, but love of animals. And then you had Sky King, Technology and Aviation. They were great shows.
You're absolutely right, Rich, but this Vivek Ramaswamy feels Americans have spent too much time watching TV, too much time involved in extracurricular activities that have nothing to do with studying math and science. Oh, there it is now. Do you hear that, Rich?
Oh, yeah, it's great. That was a great show.
The Lone Ranger!
Hi-yo, Silver!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-yo Silver. The Lone Ranger.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
You're right, Rich. And by the way, before it ever made TV, it was a radio series like so many of them that then were transferred to television.
Well, they were very good. Yes, thanks so much. Keep up the good work, Curtis.
Thank you, Rich. We went down memory lane there. I just want to keep giving it to Vivek Ramaswamy, who took shots at our American culture, who said that it led to mediocrity, that we are a country whose people excel at nothing more than mediocrity. We're like mezza, poco in almost everything we do. Unlike what, Vivek? What, India? The country of your parents? Because he was born and raised in Cincinnati, Ohio. I couldn't disagree with you more vigorously, having spent time in India myself, where there is such a severe caste system that a guy like Vivek and his parents, who were Brahmins, were considered the best, not like the rest. They were elite. And I spent time there with the outcasts and the untouchables, which was the lowest caste that was relegated to functioning like indentured servants. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to Bob in Manorville. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bob.
Hey, Curtis, I got something to say about Vivek Ramaswamy. He's talking about our culture. What about his culture? Over there in India, the people, they defecate in the Ganges River, the same water that they use for drinking water downstream. I mean, what do you got to say about that?
Yeah, no, there's that. There's so many other things that the poor and the impoverished are relegated to. There's a severe class system there and a severe caste system for the Hindus. And he's traveled extensively throughout India. He knows that. But he somehow feels because 75% of the H-1B visa applicants are from India, and they're so qualified to accept these positions that somehow we ought to go the same route. And I would suggest, no, not at all. Not at all, Bob.
Hey, can I say something about Canada?
Of course.
Most Canadians, if they had a choice, they'd rather be part of the United States.
Well, I think that's the question we should ask, Bob, to our many listeners who are in Canada right now, from the Maritime provinces, all 10 provinces, right across the Rockies to British Columbia. The offer has been made. Donald Trump has said, join us, the 51st state. I'll lower your taxes down about 21%. Guarantee you a good quality of life. Guarantee you parity with everything in the United States as the 51st state. And he wanted Wayne Gretzky, the great one, to be their first prime minister in Ottawa.
Perfect. Can I say something about Panama?
Of course.
Yeah. We built that canal. Why did we ever give it back to them? That was a Jimmy Carter move, correct?
It was Jimmy Carter. It's what helped propel Ronald Reagan to victory. Although once he shellacked Jimmy Carter for a wide variety of reasons, including Carter giving up the Panama Canal and then formally turning it over through the United States in 1999, Ronald Reagan never did anything to rectify that. So it was all talk to get elected, but then when he had an opportunity to address it, he said, nah, it's theirs. Let them run it. It's a great campaign topic. It certainly got people all riled up in America, an American first attitude, manifest destiny, Monroe Doctrine. But when all was said and done, he didn't do anything about it, Bob. Didn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
All right, our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to Mike, who's calling from Virginia. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mike.
How you doing, Curtis? I've been listening to you for 35 years, WABC Radio, you know, and I'm the same age, by the way, too. You know, the TV shows we grew up with, classic. We were the TV generation. You know, the Honeymooners, all the great shows. You know, the list goes on and on.
You know, Dad, it's
You know,
funny.
and really,
What's funny? Well, whenever we cook inside, Mom always does the cooking. But whenever we cook outside, you always do it. How come?
Well, it's sort of traditional, I guess. You know, they say a woman's place is in the home, and I suppose as long as she's in the home, she might as well be in the kitchen.
Oh.
Little sample there, Mike.
yeah, I love it. And you know what, Curtis? To all the good callers, the lady before who was a cheerleader, she was on the phone for 5 minutes, and I don't know how you do it either. You know, the work you do, and a round of applause to all the good callers. And speaking of bad callers, he's up in White Plains that Russ doesn't like Italians. You're a bagel vendor, Russie. You're a mama's boy. You're a wannabe Howard Stern. So why don't you get kicked off another show, because you are about as obnoxious as any caller I've ever heard. And go get a bagel. I'll get some raviolis today. Okay, you don't like Italians? Someone's going to bitch slap you right down the boulevard. Okay? All the good callers and all the bad callers, Curtis. All the best. And if I don't speak to you, you know, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Salutations, because I'm not stopping now. And your mentor, you know, I can do a pretty good imitation of Bob Grant, you know, with some of these loony kazoonie callers. Get off my phone, you swine.
Excellent, Mike. Conjuring up the king of talk radio, Bob Grant, my mentor, the guy who gave me an opportunity to get into this thing of ours, this what they call now spoken word, this theater of the mind. Would never have occurred if not for Bob Grant, because the suits at the old WABC did not want me on the radio. They said, hey, he's gauche, he's street, he uses terminologies that most of our listeners are not going to understand. That was true. But they got to know through Sliwonics. It's a language that I've created like Ebonics was for a while. Now, that was a swindle. This is the way I talk. And, in fact, we've created a dictionary of exactly all of the terminology that I use. So,
Are you nuts or something?
if you go on the WABCRadio.com website, you'll actually find my dictionary of Sliwonics.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says...
What the hell was that?
The language used by Curtis Sliwa is replete with spoonerisms, malaprops, and fractured phrases, and is not a reflection of the language that you should use in your normal conversations. It is Sliwonics, and a glossary of its words and definitions are posted on WABCRadio.com.
See, if you study it, you could end up talking just like me, and nobody will understand what the hell you're talking about.
Hush, hush, mush, mush, mula shmula. Furniture upstairs rearranged in all the wrong places. Your complexion is your protection.
Let's go up to Daryl in Canada. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Daryl.
Yeah, hey, Curtis, I'm from Canada, and I would very much like to be part of the United States, so you are correct.
Now, which part of Canada are you from, Daryl?
I'm up here in Toronto.
All right, so explain to all of our many listeners, some of them who are, in fact, Canadian themselves, why you feel that Canada, Parliament, should take advantage of the offer of Donald Trump to become the 51st state.
Well, our country is really hurting right now, Curtis. Economically, inflation has been horrible. Housing prices are crazy. We have a horrible immigration system. And the MAGA movement and Donald Trump being reelected is very tempting to join. As you know, we have a horrible prime minister up here, Justin Trudeau. So if we could rid all that and become part of the United States, it would be wonderful.
That is a perfect presentation. Now, the man in charge of your province, he hasn't been all that negative to the concept, but I always wonder when someone like your provincial leader is in fact the brother of your former mayor there, who was a stone-cold crackhead.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, I know, but he was sort of like he was unbelievable. I mean, there he was. He beaming himself up to Scotty, smoking those rocks of crack cocaine.
Yeah, you know what, though, Curtis? When he ran as a reformer, cutting government waste, cutting taxes. So he was a populist, and he was actually quite popular up here until, unfortunately, his addictions took its toll. But he was actually well-liked up here.
He reminded me of John Candy.
A little bit, and rest in peace as well. But no, I think for Canada to become the 51st state would be a fantastic idea. And then myself, I could fulfill a lifelong dream of wanting to live in New York City.
Well, I'll tell you what, by then, everyone will have moved out of here. You'll have a lot of space to yourself, Daryl.
And I do remember watching on TV when I was a kid in the 70s with the Bronx is burning. And I remember when you started up, and you remember when you came up here in Toronto in the 80s, Curtis?
Yes, yeah, no. Eggleton said, we don't need you. You had a prime minister there who shook their hands, not the prime minister, the mayor, who owned a used furniture warehouse, shook the hand of the leader of the Hells Angels, embraced him, encouraged him to have his convention in Toronto, and told me to pack my bags and leave.
That's right, Mel Lastman. You got a great memory. And then you came up around 2005 again when we were having the year of the gun crisis. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, and they flagged me. I'm sitting there in immigration. It's a night where 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson, is performing over the weekend. He had to post like a $100,000 bail because, you know, he had all these felonies that he had been found guilty of. Me, they sit down there. The immigration guy says, we're going to have to prevent you from coming into Ontario. You're banned. I said, I'm not banned from the Maritime Provinces or Quebec or BC or Alberta. Why are you banning me from Ontario? And he took this 5-page paper and he put it in my passport. So no matter wherever I went around the world, they would pull this 5 pages out and say, wow, are you a terrorist? These people really hate you, despise you in Ontario.
What was their grounds for an admissibility or attempting to not allow you in?
Because I was Curtis Sliwa.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
I didn't realize that.
Look, Curtis Sliwa, you make friends, but you also make a lot of enemies. So the guy at immigration said, you're Curtis Sliwa. You can't come in. I said, how about if I take my beret off? Doesn't matter. You're Curtis Sliwa. You can't come in. Banned for life, although you're having problems now on your subway system. You have homeless. You have emotionally disturbed. You have high crime. I'm ready, Daryl. I'm ready to come back, but I can't seem to get this 5-page thing that's glued in with crazy glue that says that I'm banned from Ontario.
Well, I hope you make another attempt because you're correct. The subways aren't. Does the Guardian Angels have an active chapter up here? Or
No, because they banned us. But I will tell you this.
Yeah, because they banned you.
How about this? You have all the illegals who fly up to Toronto and Montreal and then work their way down to the American border and sort of like melt into the country. How about if I break into Canada and go the opposite way?
Yeah, just actually, you know what, Curtis? Once Trump gets in, that's going to happen again because a lot of the illegals in the U.S. are going to fear deportation. They're going to take a bus up to Plattsburgh, New York, and then take a cab to the border. And that's what happened 8 years ago. It's going to happen again. So it goes both ways. It's illegals going from Canada to the U.S., but you'll see it'll be U.S. to Canada as well in a couple of weeks.
So if I sneak across the border into Ontario and I go through Guelph and London, Ontario, and Hamilton, my favorite, and then work my way up to Toronto, let me just see if they don't arrest anybody for anything in Toronto any longer. So would they arrest me for being an illegal alien?
I think you would be okay. If you stuck in, you'd be fine. Once you touch Canadian land, no one's going to bother you.
I will come back to the flattest, biggest suburb I've ever been in, Mississauga. Oh, this Scarborough. Jane Finch corridor awaits me. Regent Park, Cabbagetown. I'm ready to come back to Toronto, Daryl.
Oh, your memory is very impressive, Curtis. But like I said, when I was a young kid, I remember in the 80s, you coming up here and the Guardian Angels becoming a big, big deal. So I'll never forget that. You remember Russ Salzberg?
Yes, absolutely.
Sportscaster. He got his career started up here, and the news channel they used to talk about you a lot. So that brings back a lot of memories. It's just wonderful to talk to you.
Well, I'll tell you what, Daryl. I will be like General MacArthur was. I shall return to Toronto, even if I have to break into Canada and be an illegal alien.
Well, let's pretend more about that right now.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Wouldn't it be amazing if I get pinched by the RCMP as I cross into Ontario from Buffalo, across the Friendship Bridge, and pretend that I'm going on a beer run for Labatt's and Molson? That used to be the trick you could use before the attack of 9/11. But I might try it again and work my way up through Guelph, with all the locks there in London, Ontario, and, of course, my favorite, Hamilton, and the Hamilton Tigers of the Canadian Football League. Yes, I will make my way to Toronto. I have heard the calls that you're in need of help. Some way, somehow, I will figure out a way to smuggle myself into Toronto. Look, the head of organized... Oh! What the hell happened to this microphone? It's going limp again. Little Cialis, Levitra, Viagra. Carlo Gambino, right? Was an illegal alien. They would smuggle him out up to Toronto, and then he would sail through the port of Toronto and have his organized crime meetings in Naples. And then he would sail back to the port of Toronto. By the way, as I have said many times, there are more Italians in Toronto than in the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. And I will find a place to hide out, a pizzeria, an Italian restaurant of note. But I shall return to Canada. Hey, I love Toronto. And Toronto is experiencing hard times. It's time. Let's go to Stephen in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Stephen.
I wanted to talk about the vagrant that was apprehended on the subway, please. I would like to know, on these homeless shelters, don't they have metal detectors for these people? That would include women and children who may be smuggling contraband into the premises and searching their pillowcases, sheets, mattresses, clothing, or whatever, including when they go out again.
Yeah, well, see, the rules and regulations are, Stephen, that they can't do that. If they were Americans at a shelter, the rules say that their room, their personal items can be searched at any time that the director of the director of the shelter would ask for it, or if there had been a crime committed and they put the shelter in lockdown. But not if you're a migrant, not if you're an illegal alien. Stephen, you get everything if you're an illegal alien. You don't have to abide by rules and regulations, curfew. You pretty much can do whatever the hell you want to do at taxpayers' expense.
Okay, one more point, Curtis. When President Obama went to Cuba to see a baseball game, don't you think he betrayed those people that migrated from Cuba going into Miami, that lost every possession they may have had, and their businesses were confiscated, and they left family and friends at home? I think it was a betrayal on President Obama. What do you think?
Yes, 1,000 times yes, Stephen. And I will tell you this. I am obsessed. I must get back into Canada. Maybe a jet ski. What do you think? Maybe a jet ski on the American side of Lake Ontario, and I just go right across. Or maybe I go through the Mohawk Reservation, on the American side, and go into Quebec on the Canadian side and just sort of work my way up. It can be done. It has been done. It will be done, ladies and gentlemen. But remember, I have been called into duty by New Yorkers who have said you need to redirect all the Guardian Angels into the subway, and I'm starting to do that as of 9:30 this morning. In just a few hours, I'll be heading out on the F train to the platform in Coney Island where just last Sunday at 7:30, a woman who remains anonymous, an enigma, because they haven't been able to figure out who she is by dental records. She has been burnt so badly, they cannot make a determination of who this victim is. Well, it doesn't matter because her victimhood is symbolic of the victimhood that so many others are suffering in the subway system. And it's not just the victims of crime. It's the emotionally disturbed who are not being cared for, who are a danger to themselves and everyone else, to the homeless. So we once again will restart our subway patrols. We've been landlocked in neighborhoods because of attacks on Asians and others ever since the lockdown and pandemic of the summer of George Floyd, the riots, the insurrection, the looting by Black Lives Matter, which became Big Large Mansions and Antifa. So, we renew those subway patrols. 3 persons starting in the rear car of a moving subway train, working to the front. The police did not do that. That is something they did years and years ago. I don't know why they discarded that. It was very effective in helping people who were stuck on a subway, who might have been victimized by somebody in a subway car that they're either sitting in or a subway car further north or south of that moving subway train. We're reinstituting those things that we know work because we've been doing it for 46 years. So have no fear. The politicians will lie. They'll tell you that crime is down like Governor Holcomb and Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan. But starting today, at the very sight that poor woman was twisting in agony on fire, we will begin the rescue of a subway system that has fallen into the abyss.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Search the world for treasure, learn science, technology. Where can you begin to make your dreams all come Put your mind at ease. In the Navy. Come on, people, and make a stand. In the Navy. Can't you see we need a hand? In the Navy. Come on, protect the motherland. In the Navy. Come on and join your fellow man. In the Navy. Come on, people, and make a stand. In the Navy. In the Navy. In the Navy. In the Navy.
The power of America gunboat diplomacy as our American Navy has sailed the 7 seas in the world and continue to, although increasingly being challenged by the Red Chinese menace. Now that President Donald Trump has been elected back again, number 47, we'll see how he deals with this head on. But the other day, especially those guys and gals who maybe have served in the Navy or the Maritime Forces, it was interesting. I was outside of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, which is now an industrial complex, a lot of films, a lot of other businesses. They do very little of what they used to do, building ships and repairing ships. I guess their heyday was in World War II, when it was a industrial complex. As the old-timers tell me who lived off Navy Street, 70,000 people worked in the Brooklyn Navy Yard during World War II, building battleships like the USS Missouri, Iowa, North Carolina, apparently 4 aircraft carriers. Sort of hard for me to imagine that much building going on in those shipyards. Although I wonder if any of you remember, when I was a kid, I think it was in 1960, my uncle Ralphie, we were driving downtown and we saw smoke in the distance, and he drove about as close as he could get. And it turned out that the USS Constellation, a naval aircraft supercarrier that was under construction there, caught on fire in the Brooklyn Navy Yard right off the East River. It was right before Christmas, 1960. And the fire ended up killing 50 civilian workers and injuring about 400 others. Construction on the ship was almost done, and the wooden scaffolding helped accelerate the fire. But that naval aircraft supercarrier, from what I understood from my Uncle Ralphie, was built right there in the Brooklyn Navy Yard in 1960. That is incredible. By the way, I found out that the USS Constellation was, what's that there? Decertified, decommissioned. And then sailed down to Brownsville, Texas, where it was chopped up for scrap. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, I remember seeing that aircraft carrier. It was like unbelievable. When they sailed it outside of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, I remember seeing pictures on the news. News was very brief back then, the local news. I think it was Robert Trout on Channel 2 and Carol Reed, who was the weather girl. But you only got about a half hour, and that was it. And a lot of that was sports and weather. But I remember seeing the USS Constellation as it sailed out of the Brooklyn Navy Yard and out into the Atlantic Ocean. Was anybody around then, or did they remember that particular story? Because I remember, my God, a U.S. supercarrier right there in the Brooklyn Navy Yard where it was built, and I think it took it years to build it, was on fire. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. I need a little bit of my music underneath here, Broadway Billy. I need to get into the naval mood. I never liked going out to sea. I wasn't like my dad, a merchant mariner, more than 50 years. He loved the sea. I remember I was on one ocean liner one time. It was done at the old WABC. It was a Curtis and Kuby cruise. We were the morning show, and I couldn't wait to get off that shift. I was ready to swim to shore. The Italian Riviera, the French Riviera, the Spanish Riviera. Florence, we stopped in Rome, Florence. Oh, my God, I hated it. I hated it. But there are people who love cruising. They live to cruise, and they live, obviously, for the buffet. all the bacon and everything else you can get. It was not for me. Never was. I never will be. But feeling the inspiration of this tune, I'm trying to think of where I've seen other naval aircraft laid up, moored up. Obviously, the Intrepid, the old aircraft carrier, World War II. I think it got hit by kamikazes. I think it got hit by a torpedo. And yet, above all odds, against all odds, it survived. And now it's a great museum there off the West Side Highway. Right up from the old, not old, but the Red Chinese Consulate. It looks like it is a pillbox. Yeah, try to get into that place right off of 42nd Street. And then what you have there is where everybody comes. Circle Line Cruise, who is an out-of-towner. Do actual New Yorkers ever go on the Circle Line Cruise? I don't think so. I think only if you're taking relatives or friends who are coming from out of town. I don't know of anybody who's ever taken the Circle Line Cruise who is from the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. Not one, other than if they work on it, or like I said, if they're escorting guests and relatives who are visiting New York and they want to go on a tour around Manhattan, the Circle Line tour. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And then there's the Battleship New Jersey, which I saw in Camden a few years ago. They got the museum, the whole 9 yards. One of the few reasons you would want to go to Camden. They got the minor league baseball team. They got the prison right next to it. And then they've got the USS New Jersey with its 16-inch guns. Although they claim that at one point it was mothballed in the mothball fleet. I saw that in San Francisco Bay. It is incredible the number of U.S. naval vessels that we no longer use that are mothballed up. We used to have a mothball fleet here in the Hudson River. When I was a kid, I remember seeing that. I think they were down to 2, and then they disappeared. I have no idea what happened to them. Where was that mothball fleet that they kept in the Hudson River upstream, not downstream? Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And the last time I saw in newsreels the USS New Jersey in action was off the coast of Lebanon. Remember when Reagan had sent them in, the French sent their troops in during the Lebanese Civil War, and the USS New Jersey was firing ammunition, ammo the size of a Volvo car. I remember that, into the hills of the Bekaa Valley. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. By the way, if you get a chance, you got to go to the Intrepid Museum if you have relatives in, because, again, there's a lot of people from New York City who have never been to the Intrepid Museum. It is a great place to be. You see the transition through the years, but it is an amazing piece of history you see there. Let me see if you can get that phone there. Trying to find ship-to-shore mates. If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. And most importantly, those of you who may have been on the poop deck who were swabbing from the bow to the stern. You know, my dad always told me that the most important person on a ship was the cook in the galley. Everybody wanted to be friends with the cook in the galley because you wanted good food. And oftentimes he'd give you a little desserts, little prepared food if you were a favorite crew man when the kitchen, the galley wasn't open. And also, why do they call the turlet on a ship the head? You know how many times a guy will go into a men's room and they say, I got to use the head. Well, apparently that's a term from the Navy. You know, either the head or the bow of the ship. That's where you fertilize the plants. You didn't know that, did you, Tony? It's called a head. In your house, it's called a turlet. In a public bathroom, it's called a turlet. And I know some of you are pissed that I would call it a turlet. So what? Call it a head like they do in the Navy. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go, if we can, to... in fact, let's go to Chris, who's calling from the Catskills. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Chris.
Into Canada, go drive up to Rugies Point. I believe it's 42 through the Adirondacks. I have a friend who lives in Quebec. She actually lives in Saint-Jean-Rocher, which is right near the New York line, about 20 miles from Montreal. I went up and visited her back in 2011 and stayed with her family for like half a week.
So I could be smuggled across there, given sanctuary and asylum, hidden in that house, and then transported the rest of the way.
When you go to the crossing point, she told me, don't say one unnecessary word. Just say, I'm going up. They'll ask you, what are you going for? Are you going for business or pleasure? Just say, I'm going for pleasure, visiting friends. Literally, I did everything what my friend told me. Now, I have an enhanced driver's license, so I don't need a passport. So that's a better way to go, too. If you have the enhanced driver's license, New York State, oh, wait, you don't have a driver's license. That's right. Well, go take your driver's test, Curtis.
I failed it. I failed it 4 times, parallel parking. I don't think I got any better at parallel parking now that I'm 70.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I mean, you took martial arts, Curtis. There's no way. I failed my driver's license. I was a black belt in Taekwondo. I failed my driver's test twice, and I passed it on the 3rd time back when I was 17 years old.
Chris, I failed 4 times, parallel parking, 4 times.
You can pick it up. Just practice it. You haven't practiced it enough.
What do I do in a boxcar? What do I do? How do I practice that? I mean, come on, Chris. I sort of have a phobia.
Whatever car you show up in at the driver's test, that's the car that you're going to have to parallel park.
So wait a second. If I show up with an American Motors car, a Rambler, they'll allow me to take a test in that, because first of all they'll marvel at, where the hell did you get that AMC Rambler from? If you mean to tell me what happens if I fail again parallel parking? What happens?
Doesn't Frank Morano have a small car or something? Show up in Frank's. What does he have?
He's got a Chevy Vega, yellow Chevy Vega,
and it's small.
Oh my God! And not only that, the bottom of it has been rotted out. So in order to stop at the red light, he puts his feet through the bottom there, like Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble.
Yeah, basically, when you go into Canada, Rugies Point was no problem. It literally 4 seconds. I came in at night. It was maybe 10 o'clock, 11:30 at night, and it was exactly like what my friend told me. She said, go to Rugies Point. Now, my friend, she lived in my town in the Eastern Catskills for like maybe 14 years of her life, and she's lived for like 42 years of her life now up in Montreal. Her father was in the lumber business, and he was business partners with the import-export lumber guy in my town who was from Montreal. And she went and moved back up there. She lived in my town maybe from the time she was like 12 to like 24, and then she moved back up there. I went and stayed with her back in 2011 for half a week.
Oh, I got to tell you, I have a phobia against Quebec and Montreal, particularly the flag of Quebec. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Every time I see it, I have flashbacks, because it's the fleur-de-lis flag. You know, it's got that symbol in blue. The maple leaf is red and white, the colors of Canada, and, of course, the colors of the Guardian Angels are all red, with my red sateen jacket and my red beret. When I see that fleur-de-lis flag of Quebec, I say, how do I know they're not Crips there? You know, all blue. Oh, yeah, no red permitted there, including the maple leaf, the national symbol of Canada. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. When I come back, I'm going to explain to you how my father, Chester, merchant mariner, 50 years, broke my heart when he straightened me out about what I consider to be the father of the United States Navy. At least that's what it says in the history books. And my dad said John Paul Jones is not the father of the American Navy, even though he said, I have just begun to fight. Wait till you hear what I learned about John Paul Jones from my father that was proven to be true and broke my heart as an American.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Strength of America through the flexing of our Navy in every port of call throughout the seven seas. But there was a story that I was told that was very upsetting to me years ago by my father, merchant mariner, for over 50 years. Let's just first talk about whatever happened to our Navy that was birthed at Stapleton, North Shore on Staten Island, chased out by the Schmuck-the-Putz Chuck E. Cheese Schumer and, of course, the whale Gerald Nadler. They didn't want the Navy there. They demanded to know if the Navy was carrying any nuclear weapons into the port of New York when it would come to its berth there in Stapleton, North Shore. And naturally, the Pentagon, the U.S. Navy, would not answer that. And they were told, get the hell out of here, by the Schmuck-the-Putz Chuck E. Cheese Schumer, U.S. Senator, and by Gerald the Whale Nadler, the congressman representing at that time the Upper West Side. Oofa! What the hell happened there, ladies and gentlemen? 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And now I have to tell you a story that seared my soul. A story that corrected misinformation that I had learned in my history book about the American Revolution. And we talked about it the other day, the anniversary of when George Washington got into those long boats and they rowed across the frozen Delaware to surprise the Hessians, the mercenaries of the Brits, in the Battle of Trenton, which helped turn the tide there as Americans from Valley Forge got together and took it to the Hessians in a surprise attack led by General Washington, that famous painting on Christmas Day. Oh, it was grand. Noam Laden, who actually grew up in Trenton, told us what it was like, the reenactment each and every year, same day, same time, same place. Reenactors from around the United States would assemble there to take the role of the Hessians, Redcoats, and the role of the Colonial Army, the Continental Army, guiding George Washington across the Trenton so we could take it to the British. And again, as I've oftentimes said, the Lord Governor of New Jersey at the time, obviously still under the control of the Crown in England, 2/3 of the residents of the colonies wanted England to persevere, wanted the Union Jack to be our flag. They did not want to break from the United Kingdom in any way, shape, or form. But the Lord Governor was who? Benjamin Franklin's son. And he had pledged to the king that he would search down his father, the rebel, in and around Philadelphia. He launched a few search parties as the governor of the state of New Jersey was unable to find the whereabouts of his father. But he had instructions. If you find him, you find the nearest tree, you string him up, and you hang him till he's dead. Then you chop his head off, put it in a box, send it on the next frigate going back to the port of Liverpool, and present it to me so that I know he's dead, dead, dead. And the Lord Governor of New Jersey said to the king, yes, my king, your wish is my command, and was prepared to do it. And instead, the roles were reversed. The winner of the Revolutionary War was the United States. And when Benjamin Franklin was informed that his son, as the governor, the royal governor, was in the stockade, he was asked, would you like to give him a pardon or a commutation? You could as his father. And he said, absolutely not. I hope he dies and goes to hell. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go to Joe, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Joe.
Good morning, Curtis. I just wanted to pick up a conversation. You had referenced the mothball fleet before.
Yes.
And as a kid, I lived in right across from Manhattan College, in Spuyten-Duyvil Parkway, they used to call it at that point. Now it's Manhattan College Parkway. But anyway, as a kid, we in the late 1940s, early 1950s, my father and my friend's father they used to take us on the Hudson River Dayliner and up the Hudson River, and it used to stop at Bear Mountain, West Point, and Indian Point, which used to be a park basically before they put the nuclear reactor in there, and it would stop there, and they had the mothball fleet was docked directly across from on the western bank of the Hudson River, right from Indian Point. And they used to have a motorboat ride that would take you between these boats. There must have been, oh boy, I don't remember how many, maybe 100 of them, maybe more than that. The old, mothball steamships from after the war. That's where they put them. And I don't know whatever happened to them. Eventually, I guess they sold them for scrap. But that was a fun ride. I remember taking the Hudson River Dayliner, and it was a side paddle wheel boat, and a very interesting ride, and a great ride once you got to Indian Point. You had a nice picnic, and then you would take this motorboat, a beautiful wooden motorboat, in between the boats of the mothball fleet. But
did
it's all gone now, obviously.
Did that eventually continue on up to Bear Mountain, or did it turn around?
It went to Bear. It stopped at West Point, Bear Mountain. I'm not sure how far north it went, but it was a great ride years ago. And I'm not sure when they did away with that. But I'll be 81 next week, so I was probably my first one on that. It was probably
wow! You sound sharp as a tack. So, Joe, you're saying there were some naval boats there, but then they were gone.
Yeah, they were gone, and I say there must have been. And I was a kid, I didn't count them, but there must have been 100 of them at least. And they were all docked on the west side of the Hudson River, right across from Indian Point Park, which now, of course, became the nuclear reactor site, which is now defunct, I guess. But
yeah, right in the shadow of the Tappan Zee Bridge. It'll never be the Mario Faccia Brutta Como Bridge to me or anyone else.
Me either.
The Tappan Zee Bridge, named after the Indians.
That's right, Tappan Zee.
Why the hell would we want to soil the member of the Tappan Zee Indians by naming it the Mario Faccia Brutta Como Bridge?
I agree.
Anyway, those memories are great. I love that, Giuseppe. But there was a mothball series of naval vessels up the Hudson River. He explained that dilemma. Most were out in the San Francisco Bay. I mean, I actually saw them way off the Bay Area. And you looked and you said, oh, my God, look at all these boats. What are they for? And they would tell you, well, it's for going out there, taking care of those ships, making sure they were shape ready, especially during the crackdown against the old Soviet Union in Russia when we were at a Cold War. And then they disappeared. I wonder what scrapyard they took them to. Did they take them to Ceylon, a.k.a. Sri Lanka, where they do a lot of that chopped stuff routine of anything that's metallic that comes in a sailing form? Did they take it to Dhaka in Bangladesh? I'd be so interested to know. And did they take it to Brownsville, Texas, and then disassemble it? 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, so nice. You want to do it twice, Broadway Billy and Tony. What do you, ship? What do you want to swab the poop deck? What, from stern to bow? What do you want to use, the head? That's what they used to call the turlet in the Navy. Hey, time to use the head, huh?
Where can you begin to make your dreams all come true on the land or on the sea?
In honor of El Capo de Tutte, Chad Lopez, proud member of the United States Navy, birthed in Japan on an aircraft carrier. He was the guy who was on deck, flagging him in, flagging him out. Air traffic control, if he made a mistake, boom, those jets would have crashed into one another. But he proudly served from sea to shining sea, like so many men and women out there that are listening to me right now.
Come on, protect the motherland. In the Navy. Come on and join your fellow man. In the Navy. Come on, people, and make a stand. In the Navy. In the Navy. In the Navy.
How many had to share a hot rack? No, Broadway Billy, I don't mean sleeping together in the bunk. I mean a hot rack. That means you're on watch for 12 hours. Your partner, he's sleeping in the rack. He leaves to go on watch. Then you jump into the rack. You got it? You got it? I don't want you thinking the wrong thing there. Let me hear that. Let me hear that. Oh, and my father broke my heart when he gave me the reality about John Paul Jones, who I read was the father of the American Navy going back to the Revolutionary War. I couldn't have been more hopelessly wrong. But we'll get to that in a moment because it even pains me to this day as he was proven to be correct. Oh, the myths, the embellishments, the lies, the enhancements. That's why I don't trust any politicians, whether Democrats or Republicans, because they love to embellish, they love to fantasize, and they love to lie. Let me hear it.
They want you, they want you, they want you as a new recruit. Who, me? They want you, they want you.
Yeah, we're 10,000 down in our quota. But no, under Trump now. No, no drag queens need apply. No transgenders, transgenders. What the hell is that? I just created a new term. Transgenders, no transvestites, no cross-dressers, and none who are gender fluid. So go back to listening to In the Navy by the Village People, of whom the leader of the pack claims he wasn't gay. Yeah, like I believe that, huh?
Yes, you can put your mind at ease. In the Navy. Come on, people, and make a stand. In the Navy. Can't you see we need a hand? In the Navy. Come protect the motherland.
Let's go to Gene in Manhattan. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Gene.
Hi, Curtis. Well, so many of those things. I'm 87, and I can remember a lot of things. I can also tell you that my husband is 92 now and suffering from Alzheimer's, but he was in the Korean War in the Navy. He went to college for 1 year after high school, and when the Korean War broke out, he enlisted in the Navy, and he served on a lot of ships, and he actually he didn't serve. He didn't go to Korea, but he went to Japan, and by that time we were friends with Japan, and he had a good visit there and used to walk along the roads and had a little dog that seemed to follow him, and they even had a pizza place that they were able to get pizza while they were ashore. And let me tell you, I can remember the Brooklyn Navy Yard because I did a background role in Ghost Town, and I had to go to the Brooklyn Navy Yard to the wardrobe to be selected. And I remember going through the opening there. It was all empty, and it was kind of dark and empty. But I remember thinking about all the servicemen that must have embarked from there or debarked from there to go into the World War II, and it made a big impression on me, the big empty space that was there now. And I remembered also seeing a film where I know Gene Kelly and I guess Frank Sinatra and others were in a film that included the coming ashore for leave at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And the other thing is, after that, I remember going up on the Hudson River Dayliner to Bear Mountain in the summer because we had birthdays in my family in the summer, and we would go to Bear Mountain, and I knew you could go to West Point, but I don't think people could land at West Point at that time. I remember passing the mothball fleet, and I don't know what they were storing, but I knew it was from World War II, and there were many ships in the water at that time. It was right after the war, and we used to travel up on the Dayliner a lot. They all had interesting names, and one of them was even kind of an old-fashioned one, like it was originally done with the way it moved on the inside, the power that it moved by the motor. It was a different kind of thing. It was an old-fashioned one, and I can remember Indian Point too, going past there, and I do think we stopped off there and did take a motor ride, and I don't know that we went there more than once. It just seemed to be very vague with me on that.
Well, I tell you, the that day line that you talked about, that cruise line to Bear Mountain, they used to advertise that on Channel 9. You know, you had Circle Line for the tourists that went around Manhattan, and then you had the day line to Bear Mountain, and that a lot of people from New York would go up there. They loved Bear Mountain. And remember, the legislators who would go on up to Albany, they had a statement. Whatever happens past Bear Mountain stays past Bear Mountain. None of the hanky-panky stuff was revealed, but then soon after, that myth, that bubble was busted. But let me tell you about this story about John Paul Jones. You know that he has been referred to as the father of the American Navy. When I went to visit Annapolis, when I set up the Guardian Angels in Baltimore, you can see right there in the center of Annapolis, they have, what can we call it? I guess the best thing to call it is a casket that's buried there deep. It's like a crypt that all the midshipmen surround, and it says, John Paul Jones, father of the American Navy. So then one day I'm talking with my father, Chester, merchant seaman more than 50 years, and I'm talking about John Paul Jones. I just read about him in the history book. And my father corrected me, and he said, Curtis, John Paul Jones was a murderer, a rapist, a fugitive from justice. I said, what are you talking about? He said his real name was not even Jones. It was Paul, because he was on the lam from the Brits. He's originally from Britain. He lived in a place called Whitehaven. He had to escape there because he was a scoundrel who had committed a number of crimes. Wow. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah. He was sailing for the Brits, and there were 2 mutinies. I said, what do you mean 2 mutinies? Like Mutiny on the Bounty? I thought you used to get hung if you were caught mutinying against the captain. He said he was such a bad sailor that the leadership could almost understand why the men would mutiny. He never paid them on time. At times he was a welcher. He just was a despicable human being who fled to the colonies because he was wanted on so many charges in the UK. And then all of a sudden the American Revolution took place, and he was able to hop on and get involved in the American Revolution by being a captain of a ship, I think, called the Ranger. But nobody in the United States Navy trusted him because he had an idea. His idea was to actually raid England, to sail across the Atlantic Ocean instead of hanging out in the West Indies or the Caribbean or offshore of the colonies and then sort of pirate any kind of British supply ships. No, he decided he was going to go to England and he was going to disembark at his old hometown along the shore. I don't know quite where that was, Whitehaven, but he wanted to burn the town down. And he had fired up all of the mates and the guys who were serving for him, as they didn't trust him. But he convinced them that they could be the first Americans to ever invade jolly old England. And apparently they did. They invaded his hometown of Whitehaven under the cover of darkness at 3 a.m. in the morning. They were prepared to burn it down. Along the way, they found a pub. They broke into the pub, and everybody got drunk. And so when all of a sudden John Paul Jones came ashore and he was looking, what happened? I thought they were going to burn down my hometown of Whitehaven. He realized that they were all drunk. They had to sort of wake them up. They had to try to get them offshore to the Ranger ship because now the Brits were alerted and they wanted to hang him. And people recognized him as having lived in Whitehaven, and the locals were picking up guns and shooting at him. Wow. So eventually he gets away and he gets a new assignment, and the Brits had actually beaten him in battle, and he was losing his ship. I forget the name of it. And the British captain said, "Are you prepared to surrender?" And that's when all of a sudden John Paul Jones uttered those famous words, "I have not begun to fight," boarded the British ship, took over the British ship, even though the American ship that he was captaining sunk. But he was a scoundrel, apparently. My dad said he was a rascal. As soon as the American Revolution was over, they wanted to put out a warrant for his arrest. He skipped town, and he went and served in Queen Catherine's Navy in Russia, where he was found to have raped a 12-year-old. He fled to Paris, where eventually he died of syphilis, and he was buried there in a lead casket. Boy, that's a despicable human being, right, Tony? I mean, that's the guy that got buried in Annapolis that all the midshipmen passed, and it says, Father of the American Navy. So how did that happen? That he was such a scourge. He died of syphilis. He had raped a 12-year-old while captain of a ship in the Russian Navy of Queen Catherine. Well, all of a sudden, Teddy Roosevelt is wondering. He's saying, you know, we need to build a Navy. We need to go out there. You know, my whole policy, speak softly but carry a stick and do it with military might. But we need a symbol of the American Navy. So he had heard that John Paul Jones was buried in Paris. So he sent a delegation over there on an American ship, and they had to exhume the body. It took them a while to find the body, but it was in a lead casket, perfectly preserved. And guess what ship it was brought back on? The USS Brooklyn. And then it was brought to Annapolis. Teddy Roosevelt had invited naval personnel from around the world. Around the world, there was like 7,000 people there when all of a sudden in that marble sarcophagus, the crypt, they slipped the body of John Paul Jones with the new term, Father of the American Navy. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was aware of what the stories were about John Paul Jones. He knew he was a scoundrel, a rascal, hated by the Brits, hated by the Americans, hated by the Russians, run off a Russian boat to Paris where he died of syphilis that he contacted in the Russian Navy, and he was charged with raping a 12-year-old. God, imagine how I felt. So that's two reasons I didn't like Teddy Roosevelt. Two reasons. You know what the first was? Because Frank Morano, the Mamaluke, the host of The Other Side of Midnight, that you can hear Monday through Fridays from 1 to 5 was asked a simple question by one of the listeners, the callers. He said, if you could have a meal with one person alone, either dead or alive, who would it be? And he said, Teddy Roosevelt. And then I said, Schmuck Putz, are you Italian? Are your family Italian? Yeah. You have Sicilians in your family? Yeah. Cheeches and Zips? Oh, yeah, that. Anybody named Carmine, there's a very good chance that they're a Cheech or a Zip Sicilian. I said, do you realize, Frank, that the greatest mass lynching in American history was not against African black slaves? No, even though the totality of it was just mind-numbing. The single biggest lynching of any group was 11 Italians in New Orleans. They were accused of having assassinated the police commissioner. They were locked up in the jail, and the angry crowd near Jackson Square in the shadow of the cathedral right near the levee broke in with pitchforks and torches, grabbed them out, and hung them from the yardarms, 11 of them. And when Teddy Roosevelt was asked by the New York Times, what did you think of that vigilante mob grabbing the Sicilian Italians out and hanging them by the neck? Teddy Roosevelt said, no, they didn't hang enough of them. And that's how eventually we ended up with Columbus Day. There was such an outrage to what Teddy Roosevelt had said about Italians that they then felt they had to in some way compensate the growing number of Italians who were the Mexicans of the time, the Southern Italians. They were the guys with the shovels and the picks who would dig the tunnels. They would dig the construction sites. Many of them had been killed in accidents that had taken place at the construction sites. So it was thought, we'll name it Christopher Columbus, but really it's in honor of the contributions and the work of the Italian-American laborers. And that's the guy that Frank Morano wanted to have a meal with. So strike one, Teddy Roosevelt. Strike two for resuscitating the memory of John Paul Jones, who my father was correct in saying was a murderer, a rapist, a fugitive from justice, a scoundrel, and somebody who had raped a 12-year-old girl while captain of a ship for Her Majesty Catherine in the Russian Navy, and then had to flee to Paris, where he died of syphilis and was buried in a lead casket, only to be exhumed years later by Teddy Roosevelt, who needed a symbol of the American Navy's might in Annapolis, in Maryland, the Naval Academy. And I guess on that note, you can say like Paul Harvey, now you know the rest of that sordid story. Oh, God, I had read in my history book, the father of the American Navy, John Paul Jones. Dad, did you have to enlighten me? Did you have to correct me? Dad, did you have to straighten me out? I would have preferred to think of John Paul Jones simply by saying, I have not begun to fight.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Yeah, my dad broke my heart. Broke my heart. But anyway, let's go to Bob in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bobby.
Hey, Curtis, how you doing? I can't imagine how you prepare for these shows. I know you say it's 2 for 1 in hours or whatever, but you have some great stuff, I got to tell you. Anyway, I know your dad was a merchant seaman, talking about it all the time or whatever. Well, my mother just turned 101 on December 22nd, and she worked for a shipping firm in New York called States Marine. And it was the first nuclear-powered cargo ship. And that was back in the 50s. I didn't think a lot of people even knew that they even had that going on then. So I was curious if your dad ever mentioned that ship or if he ever happened to work on it.
No, what he did mention was nuclear powered. I think at that time an aircraft carrier. I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, this was a cargo ship called the Savannah. It was the first of its type. But I told your call screener too about somebody else stole my thunder about the day line going up the Hudson and stuff. And I remember that mothball fleet vividly because when we went by it, you could see like rats running around on the decks of these things from a distance, you know. But what was interesting about that ride, and I'm an auto mechanic, so I wish I could see back then. I mean, I was a little kid when my mother took me on that cruise or whatever. But you could go down into the engine room area, and so they had a railing that went around, and I still almost like the movie The Titanic when they go running through the engine room. You could see the pistons going up and down. You could see the thing called a connecting rod. I don't know how they, the part. I guess the lower part was submerged in oil, obviously, so it wouldn't seize up. But the top part where the piston would come down or whatever, you could actually see that. The heat in there was tremendous. And I found out years later, like, you weren't able to do that anymore. They cordoned it off or whatever. But your other caller that was talking about the mothball fleet too, he was on that boat or whatever. You could walk like all over the place, And it was it was a great ride. It was a great ride.
I must tell you, the most important men down below in the engine room, Bob, were the wipers, because there would always be oil that would be emitted, and they had to continually wipe down the rails. They had to wipe down the machinery constantly, because if they didn't and any of that oil would catch fire, boy, they'd be going down to Davy Jones's locker in a horrible death. In a ball of flames, and it wouldn't be between Bermuda and the Bahamas. That would have been right there in the Hudson River. So to all the men who oftentimes had to go down into those boiler rooms in which it was hotter than hell, and they had to be wipers there, just wiping. That was their job. Wipe, and constantly check the temperatures of the boilers, because the boilers could explode. Or if you didn't get the oil off of all the equipment, it could easily have sparked up into a fire, and then you would have gone down to Davy Jones's locker.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Telling white lies in the dark times. It's harder to tell the truth. Is it working if we're hurting? There's so much left to lose. Did we run out of luck? Did we run out of time? Somewhere in the million ways we tried, and we gave it our best, thought it was enough. Till it's not. We got lost in the flood of trying to find us. Maybe we forgot how to love.
To the break of dawn. Nobody going to sleep on me. Oh, no. We got big news coming up in this hour. You don't want to miss it. So if you're fading out, if you're nodding out, if you're a one-eyed Jack or Jacqueline, that means you got one eye open. You got earbuds in your ears because whoever you're with doesn't want to hear this. Said, turn off that crap. You don't turn it off. You keep it on. Because we're gonna gear down. We're gonna bear down. We're gonna deal with something that'll be transpiring today. That is a throwback to 1979. It's historical. And it started here with the many calls of people saying, Curtis, it's great you're a talk show host. It's great that you ran for mayor. It's great that you've traveled the world and established guardian angels in 13 countries. But we need you back. We need you back in the subways of New York City. Hundreds of calls emails, texts, people saying it's time, Curtis. You've got to reactivate the guardian angels in the subways. We are in desperate straits. And there's no doubt we are. It is as bad as it's ever been. And as you know, I'm not a new jack. I'm down in the subways on a regular basis. And I have seen it deteriorating to the point where I told my wife 2 weeks ago, Nancy, I told her, I know you don't like this, but on behalf of you, I have to say, you're not going to be taking the subways anymore. And she didn't argue. As you know, Nancy feels safer in Central Park at 3 in the morning than she does in the subways now, whether it's by day or at night. Lone Wolf One, that's your nickname, feels safer roaming around in Central Park, checking up on the birds and the animals and the little critters. Right there in the Rambles, dark, no lights there whatsoever, than she does in the subways, either during the day or at night. So I told her, I don't want you taking the subways any longer. It's just too dangerous. And she didn't argue with me. And then I remember sitting here right at WABC because Nancy is a contributor to so many of my programs. And I told John Katzimatidis, our owner and operator, and I told Chad Lopez, who is in charge of our parent company, Red Apple Media. I said, no, I'm not letting her take the subway any longer. Look, she'll Uber it, she'll take a cab, she'll walk. As dangerous as it is in the streets just to walk, but I can't let her take the subways anymore. And I think at that point, everybody understood how serious I was because nobody knows the subways better than me. I've been riding the train since I was 5 years old. 1959, I took my first subway ride on the LL train, Rockaway Parkway Station. Last stop there was the LL train there, lousy line, and it has since become the L train. But it's dangerous, especially for women. And then the other, just 24 hours ago, Gregory from the Bronx couldn't believe when I announced on the airwaves with Nancy sitting right at my side 24 hours ago that was it. Nancy is not riding the subways.
Curtis, I just want to tell you, I cannot believe I've heard the day where you have said, you, the pseudo-king of the subways, have told your wife she cannot ride on the subways anymore. Have we gotten to this point? It is this disgusting. It is this out of control. It is this bad.
Yes, it is. And I'm not just going to convey all the complaints to you because some of you who use the subway, who grew up in the subway like I did, you're well aware of how bad it's gotten. This is an international headline that went viral across the world in the last 24 hours. Strap hangers in New York City subway system ask God to protect them while riding the violence-plagued New York City subways when nobody is safe. Riders of the subway ask God to protect them while riding the violence-plagued New York City subways when nobody is safe. Tell that to Governor Holcomb, who had a press conference on the very day that that poor woman was twisting in the wind like a candle melting after she had been torched by that illegal alien from Guatemala, who got a vicarious thrill out of that and then took his own jacket and fanned the flames to make it even more of a horror for her. As everybody stood around and watched and cops just walked by without doing anything. That's a stain on our soul. That will never escape the memory of New Yorkers. Never, till the ends of time. In my 70 years, I don't know of any situation in the subway that can rival that. And so I'm not just here to complain about it. Like all of you, there's nobody who's touting the subway as being a safe place except for Eric Adams swagger man with no plan who says it is our perception that crime is up. He claims crime is down 8% every month. Bullschnizzle. Governor Holcomb, who never rides the subway, claims that crime since 2021 is down 42%. Bullschnizzle. They don't take the time to ride. Every elected official should be forced to have to use the subways. And the way you know that they're using it is it has to be time-stamped, their Metro card. They have to be pictured, and they have to be seen going in, swiping the card, and actually standing there and waiting for a train. I guarantee you it'll change so quickly. If the same officials who do nothing about this subway system but raise the fare, which they just did a week ago, are forced to actually ride this subway and ride the city buses, which are an absolute disgraziata ashanda. Nobody pays the fare any longer. 30% of the strap hangers just basically jump the turnstile, go through the emergency gate. 50% of bus riders refuse to pay the fare, and there's no enforcement. And then when you think of that woman who just a week ago, Sunday morning at 7:30 on that F train at the platform at Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue, the last stop, was torched, screaming, a horrible death. We all viewed it in that video that was played over and over. And now New York City may have to rely on dental records to ID this mystery woman because nobody seems to be able to connect the dots. In fact, they may have to use a newfangled technology weighing anthropological facial reconstruction to ID the woman. Can you believe that? It's a week later and we don't even know who this victim is. And at the rate of things that are going, she'll be buried in Potter's Field with another 1 million people, many of them anonymous, who came into this world and left this world, and nobody even knew who they were. Most of those 1 million. There were plenty of them who had names. People knew who they were. They were just down on their luck. They were poor and impoverished, and the only place they could be buried is Potter's Field. Let's hope that does not occur. Our owner-operator, John Catsimatidis, says he's not going to allow for that. That's what John is doing on his level, which he always does. What I'm doing on my level is to reactivate the Guardian Angels to patrol just the subways. In this time of crisis, it's the one thing that people are asking me no matter where I go. Please, bring the Guardian Angels back in the subway, please. Letters, even snail mail that has arrived. That's incredible. People still writing snail mail, old-fashioned mail, texts, emails, calls. And so as of 9:30 this morning, I will lead the first of what will be many patrols in the subways of Guardian Angels. And what we will do is what the authorities, the police are not doing. We are going to patrol the actual moving train, the way it used to be years ago. Some of you who took to subways, maybe even some of you who were transit cops or you worked for the MTA, the money-taking agency, and the subway division, conductors, motormen, maintenance workers, track workers. You know how it used to be. A transit police officer would begin their patrol in the rear car of a moving subway train, and they would have to walk all the way up and then all the way back. Sometimes the train's doors would open up. They could move through the car as it was moving through its destinations or through a tunnel or underground or overground. Other times, trains, the doors did not open up, so they would have to jump from car to car as a train would pull into a station. It was effective. It was one-man patrols. Now you couldn't do that because of all the emotionally disturbed persons, which rarely, if ever, existed back when I started the Guardian Angels in February of 1979. There was a dearth of homeless people. There was a dearth of emotionally disturbed persons. The biggest problem you had was youth gangs, just like out of that cult movie classic, The Warriors. They would be railing up and down. They would be hitting people randomly. It would be like a scene out of Clockwork Orange. They would be intimidating people. They would be robbing people, stabbing, shooting people. But you knew they were a nemesis. You could tell. Now there are so many emotionally disturbed people desperately in need of care, desperately need to be committed to mental health care facilities. And the city will not do it. And the state supposedly will not permit them to do it. And I say that's bullschnizzle. The mayor should just do it and say to the state legislature, sue me. Take me to court and sue me. And he would go from being a heel to a hero. Because right now, it does not look like he's going to get reelected. He certainly doesn't have support of Democrats. He's thinking of becoming a Republican, jumping in and running in a primary. But guess what? Nobody wants him. Nobody trusts him. You don't know who he is. He's a swagger man with only one plan now, and that's to try to get a pardon from the President of the United States, incoming Donald Trump. And our own Sid Rosenberg apparently met with Donald Trump earlier on Saturday and had a one-on-one session with him in which he said he was going to bring up the whole concept of giving Eric Adams a pardon. And you know how Sid feels about it. He says 1,000 times no in chorus with me and others. We'll see if he had any luck changing the mind of Donald Trump. Can you imagine the international headlines today? Strap hangers ask God to protect them while riding the violence-plagued New York City subways where nobody is safe. And yet they say, oh, tourism has never been better. The city is back. We're not just surviving. We're thriving. Where? I don't see that. So at 9:30, we will assemble on that platform. That same platform that men and women were staring into that subway car that was on fire, and that woman was clearly, obviously torched. Nobody came to her aid. Nobody pushed her to the ground and rolled her and did the things that we were taught earlier in public school or high school or junior high school, especially if any of our friends were ever to be caught up, especially in throwing fireworks around or handling fireworks with the gunpowder and the residue, and might go on fire. Maybe not their whole body, but maybe a side of their shirt or a side of their pants. And we were told what you got to do is knock them down, roll them over, find something, maybe a jacket or a blanket, and just try to stifle the fire and get the authorities there lickety-split. Could be second, third-degree burns. It might require skin grafts, but get them hospitalized as soon as possible. We were taught that. Everybody just stared. And the monster who is responsible, this illegal Guatemalan, that we were housing in Samaritan House. What the hell was he doing in Samaritan Village, shelter in East New York? I thought it was set up to do drug rehab and alcohol rehab. It must have a side hustle because of the millions. The millions that were being spent by the Adams administration, no-bid contracts, where you say contract, I say kickback. So you have Samaritan Village, which has very strict rules and regulations. Curfew, you can't drink, you can't use drugs, and apparently there was a side facility in which it didn't matter how drunk you were, how stoned you were, that if you were housed there, Samaritan Village got money if you were an illegal alien. As explained to us by this guy's roommate, who said he was smoking $30 a K2 a day, drinking cheap vodka. I mean, at least like $60 worth a day. Where was he getting the money? He had no employment. Which nonprofit was putting money in his pockets each and every week so that he could go out and prospect potential victims? And he finally found one. He got up that morning, last Sunday, right at this time. They served him breakfast. They gave him, what was it? They gave him waffles, I think. He had bacon. He had sausage. He had toast. He had almost a grand slam, again at our expense, at this Samaritan Village in East New York. And then he told his roommate, I'm going to go out. I'm going to roam around, what he would do every day and ride the subways. Smoking $30 worth of K2 every day that drives you out of your mind. Nobody did an intervention. Nobody at Samaritan Village there said, you can't do that. We're not going to let you in here. You're violating the rules and regulations. I don't know this to be true, but maybe they had side rules for the illegal aliens because they were getting so much money per head. And this nameless, faceless child of God is dead. And we still don't know who it is. All we know is that this woman left behind a walker and some bags, plastic bags that were tied to the walker. Assumption is she was homeless. But we don't yet know if she was in a shelter or if she lived in the subways like so many other homeless and emotionally disturbed. Well, we're not waiting around, ladies and gentlemen. I have reactivated the Guardian Angels. We have been primarily a neighborhood patrol since the lockdown and pandemic of March of 2020, when all of a sudden Asians were being attacked, and we developed patrols in Chinatown in Manhattan and Flushing in Queens, in Sunset Park, the largest Asian community now on 8th Avenue, in Bensonhurst, in different neighborhoods around the city, Woodside at 69th and Woodside. So we were predominantly patrolling the streets. And then in the summer of George Floyd of 2020, when all of a sudden Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor that dove from Park Slope, ordered the police on June 1st and June 2nd to stand back, stand down. And Black Lives Matter and Antifa went on a rampage. They demonstrated by day, they looted, and they went berserk at night, and the only ones standing between them and some of the stores were the Guardian Angels. And we got attacked, and we held our ground, and we patrolled and patrolled and patrolled because the police were ordered to evacuate, basically surrender and retreat. But now it's time that we go back in the bowels of the earth, the subway system, because that's what it is down there. Your senses are attacked. The smells are overwhelming of defecation, of urine, of vomit. There seems to be no maintenance. It's like zombies from Dawn of the Dead. These are men and women who have lost their minds. They have lost control of their mental faculties, and we allow them to roam about in that subway system, banging their heads on the side of the subway cars, and no one treating that like, oh, my God, we got to get this person to a hospital. We have to get them a psychiatric observation. We have to commit them to treatment with empty beds in state facilities at Creedmoor. Oh, no, only 30% of those beds are occupied, and yet there is a tent outside, many tents, put up by Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams to house, at this point, 1,750 single able-bodied men of military age with nothing to do, nowhere to go, who just destroy the quality of life in that neighborhood. And yet you look at the low-rise and the high-rise buildings in Creedmoor, a state psychiatric facility, only 30% of the beds are occupied. 30%! So our role today will be to get onto the trains in groups of 3, patrol from the rear to the front and back again, check in with the cops who are assigned to the platforms and near some of the turnstiles because they're not riding the trains. Compare notes with them. Do a wellness check on the many homeless who are living in the subways, many of them back-to-back, belly-to-belly, sleeping in a car. Also, the emotionally disturbed who are in need of their medication need to be taken out, and at times we will take them out and we'll check in with the police and we'll try to get them to a nearby hospital so they can get a psychiatric observation. And the rule is if there are 2 shrinks who give you a psychiatric observation that is negative, then you can be committed, even if it's just briefly. But that's not happening. They're being released within 72 hours. They're a danger to themselves, and they are a danger to everyone else. And nobody is doing anything. A police department whose highest ranks is in free fall. Total collapse. There's no focus on the subways. Kathy Crime Wave Hochul says that she has added an additional 250 National Guardsmen, state National Guardsmen, to the already existing 750 state National Guardsmen in the subway, and I haven't seen any of them. And I'm in the subway as much as anybody. What are they, placebos? What are they, mannequins that are in the storefronts of Saks or Macy's or Bergdorf Goodman? Where are they? And this woman had the gall to do a video and post it on the same day that this nameless, faceless woman was turned into a human torch touting the fact that crime is down in the subways by 42%. It is run by the state agency she's in charge of, the money-taking agency, the MTA, and nobody believes it. Nobody. They shamelessly tell us that crime is down. They have no problem telling us, oh, it's our perception, it's really down. They don't ride the subway. And the few times that the mayor or the governor go into the subway, they're surrounded by 12 cops carrying weapons and keeping them safe and sound. And their attitude is, hey, it's a perception of crime. Well, try going down there by yourself. And then the mayor who claims that he was a transit cop for 12 years, he was. But we heard from Ray Kelly the other day, as I and John Catsimatidis have been substituting for Sid Rosenberg, who will be back on Wednesday, that in fact he was assigned to the computer bureau and his shift was 12 midnight to 8 in the morning, and all his role is to take everything on paper back then and put it on floppy disks. He was never an active cop, and even when he transferred over to the NYPD, he took civil service tests, he moved up the ranks, he got his white shirt, which gave him white shirt immunity, and he was a house mouse. I can't find one person who remembers him ever making a collar or patrolling the streets or the subways on a regular basis. He knows nothing about the subways. He rarely is in the subways, and the governor should just shut up. She knows nothing about the subway. She doesn't have anybody that she has competently put in charge who can deal with this growing crime rate, and certainly the growing menace of more emotionally disturbed persons moving into the subway and more homeless people, because when the weather gets cold, all the problems above ground go below ground. And boy, they are surfacing everywhere. Slashings, stabbings on a regular basis. The Q train out in Sheepshead Bay. There have been 2 robberies out in Sheepshead Bay right on the Q train. That never happened before. The week before, 2 young guys got shot outside the train station there in Sheepshead Bay on the Q train. Q train! There's no neighborhood any longer that is not subject to having victims of subway crime, and you don't see police. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to complain about it any longer. I'm going to do something about it the way I've been doing for 46 years. And now the emphasis turns back to the subways. The people have spoken. The strap hangers in the subway have spoken. The transit workers, the conductors, the motormen, the track workers, the maintenance workers, and the token booth workers. I thought they eliminated tokens. I thought they eliminated the need of a token booth clerk who should be out there on the platform. They were going to be station agents, except you never see them. They're hiding in the token booths. Who's running the MTA? And then they asked for a fare increase, and they got it. It's like stabbing you right in the neck. And they look at you on the TV camera and they say, well, it's your perception. You know, it's never been better. Look, tourism is, there are tourists are coming in. You see the tourists, they tell you straight up, can I walk there? They'll tell you, where is this place, Curtis? And I'll tell them, hey, can we walk there? Not can we take the New York City subway and get there and see what was one of the 8 wonders of the world at one point, the New York City subway system. Not any longer. People ask me, how can I get there by walking? Why don't you take the subway? No, I'm not taking the subway. I never take the subway. Why? Because the fear has led to fright, and that fright has led to flight, and New Yorkers continue to abandon New York City and head to North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, and, of course, Florida. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. We're making history again today. We've come full circle. And I'm ordering all the Guardian Angel neighborhood patrols to basically head down into the subway system nearest them and try to make it safe, because it is incredibly unsafe now for men, women, especially women, children, and the elderly.
There's a change of pace of fantasy and taste.
Meantime, Loverboy at One Police Plaza, Jeffrey Madre. Oh, my God. He had three female cops that he was giving overtime to and rotating them as he was satisfying his decadent and debaucherous needs at our expense. Who appointed him to be the leader of the pack there at the police department? Eric Adams, his pal. You hang out with people like yourself. And boy, they're like two peas in a pod, a soup and a sandwich, a horse and a carriage. You cannot exempt Eric Adams from this. Jeffrey Madre climbed the ladder of police leadership because Eric Adams, who was aware of his indiscretions, and other friends of Jeffrey Madre covered up for him. But they all knew. We'll get back to that momentarily. Let's go to Bobby in Jersey City. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bobby.
Curtis, thanks for taking the call, bro. I haven't talked to you in a while. Listen, all the best to you and Nancy for the new year. Curtis, I don't know where to begin, bro. I mean, I'm retired fire captain. But, Curtis, before I got on the job, I was in local 731, laborers local, digging steam mains out in Manhattan from the mid-'80s, and I got on the job in Jersey City in 92, and Rudy got on in 93. So I was in the heart of the squeegee men and the nonsense, and the crack, and the crazy crackheads, the gutter gazers ripping around, insane, Curtis, you know. And you know, Curtis, I just think that people had the foresight to elect Rudy back then. Now, you would be the ideal guy to straighten that place out. But I just think these people are so far gone with their identity politics that they just don't understand it. They're out of their minds. I had my doctor over there tried to rationalize with this guy. Brilliant man, Curtis, but he's such a diehard liberal, older man, 70s, out of his mind. You can't get during the riots, during the Black Lives Riot. He goes, the isolated incidents. Meanwhile, you're getting your face knocked in by hammers on West Broadway trying to protect their businesses.
Well, you know what it is, Bobby. It's people, they try to do the analytics and they say, well, compared to all the people who ride a subway each and every day, it's really not that bad. Are you kidding? One emotionally disturbed person acting out, having a psychotic disorder, going in and out of trains. By the end of the day, tens of thousands of people have been exposed to him, and they're scared. And then that replicates itself, and those people tell that story to their family and friends, and then their family and friends have a bad experience, and then coupled together, it's like people say it's not safe to ride the subway. But if you don't want to pay, nobody stops you. You get to do fare evasion. Same likewise on buses. 50% of the people don't pay. It's lawlessness. It's anarchy. There's no structure. There is nothing that would suggest that if you were to actually commit a crime, even a violent crime, that there are consequences for your action other than if you stand your ground. Like a Jose Alba did or like Daniel Penny. And they call this the Daniel Penny factor, and I concur. People are paralyzed to get involved because they say, oh, my God, you saw how Daniel Penny, the Marine, got jacked up. That could easily be me. Let's go to Timothy in the Bronx. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Timothy.
Yeah, I just want to remind the audience that what happened to that woman on the subway, burned alive by an illegal immigrant from Guatemala, there are countless thousands of Americans who are killed every single year by these people, from illegal aliens from Central America, South America, all around the globe that come through the southern border. So it's not only an issue of just New York City. You're talking about a crime wave by illegal immigrants that's going on across the country. And with regard to the police enforcement, as you pointed out, the police are nowhere to be found. You're on your own in terms of defending yourself in New York and these other big cities, but especially New York City.
I must tell you, Timothy, probably the thing that disturbs me the most as I make the rounds, and you can go onto my social networking and see it, because part of our responsibility is to do a wellness check of the homeless people who live in the subways, check on the emotionally disturbed to make sure they're not acting up, they're not having episodes, and giving them water. More important than food, because if they begin to dehydrate, where are they going to get water in the subway? I mean, there's nowhere to go to the bathroom, nowhere to get water. If they start dehydrating, that's when all of a sudden they begin to hallucinate. So whatever psychosis they have to begin with, if they're schizophrenic, if they're manic depressive, whatever disorder they may have, is enhanced that much more. So we give them water. We make sure they drink the water. Don't just give them the water, say, hey, it's okay, why don't you drink the water now? And we know how to talk to them. We know how to communicate with them. They're used to dealing with us because during the lockdown and pandemic, when everybody scattered outside of Penn Station, they were terrified because of coronavirus, which ended up becoming COVID-19. Nobody knew how bad the effects were because people were being carted away into the ICUs and into the ERs and dying. And so the secular groups that were caring for the homeless and emotionally disturbed, they left Penn Station. The city group that was being paid to do that, they abandoned their headquarters, and we did it for months. And we had that place in check. And we took care of those homeless, and we took care of the emotionally disturbed, while others abandoned them. And we developed goodwill with them. So that even now, if a emotionally disturbed person sees a guardian angel, they, for the most part, don't fear them. Because if they fear you, they may react in such a violent way, maybe after smoking K2 like we know Jordan Neely did, who had to be choked out by the Marine Daniel Penny in order to stop him from hurting and fulfilling his threats. And this Guatemalan monster, this illegal alien who was smoking $30 a day of K2, according to his roommate. $30 a day. That's leaves that are sprinkled with chemicals. It's not artificial marijuana. There's no such thing. It is leaves that they put all kinds of chemicals on. They roll it into joints and you smoke it. It's cheap, anywhere from $2 to $5 a joint. And it drives you out of your mind. It works on your neurological system and gives you incredible strength, like angel dust used to years ago. Sherms, they used to call it. Guys would smoke angel dust and they would have incredible strength. Let's go to Ralph, who's calling from New York. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Ralph.
Curtis, a person is never more vulnerable than when they enter that system. When you go down there, those doors close, you're stuck with whomever is on that train. I have witnessed so many wacky things on that train, but never before, Curtis, has it been more random. You know, you have people that are deranged, but they're not violent. But you have the violent ones who you know are going to do you harm, and you're trapped. You have nowhere to go. There's not a cop to be found, as you mentioned, and you're vulnerable if you're, 250 pounds or you're 100 pounds. It doesn't matter. Those people have you at their mercy, and they take advantage. And, the randomness, like I mentioned before, Curtis, is very shocking. You could be walking down the street, some cat will jump you from the, do something from behind. You're not safe in any neighborhood. There were certain neighborhoods, Curtis, where you were safe, and you relatively safe. It never was foolproof, but you were there in the neighborhood, and you had, some peace of mind. That doesn't exist anymore, and I'm so glad you're taking it upon yourself and going down there with your guys, and that's going to be fantastic. I appreciate that.
Ralph, I think one of the turning points for me, a while back, you remember that video, although it was not in the subway, it was above ground, of my oldest son, Anthony, who had been preyed upon by these teenage thugs outside of McDonald's on 96 and 2nd Avenue in the company of his stepfather, former Governor David Paterson. I call him what do I call him? I forget the name that I call him. But anyway, he was magnificent that day. The crowd began pounding my son, who was a guardian angel himself. He's gone through the training. He's gone through the martial arts training. But they descended on him. They were putting boots to the back of his head. Governor David Paterson jumped in. He was throwing a few of them around. He caught a few punches himself. As you know, he's blind. He saved my son. But I said, They keep calling these random attacks, Ralph. Random. We never had a random attack before. It can happen anywhere, anytime, any place to anybody. Anybody.
Curtis, I talked to Governor Patterson myself, and he's very forthright as to what happened that day. He got a few good punches in there. And your son was unscathed. That was wonderful. I was so happy to hear that no one was seriously hurt. But the fact that this, first of all, when you're blind, you're very vulnerable. No, everybody knows that. But the governor fought back, and people do not fight back anymore. They are very afraid to, and I don't blame them. I feel the same way. Who knows who has a knife, Curtis? It's one thing to get into fisticuffs, but it's quite another when somebody has a knife. And the guy with one swipe could end my life. So I did what you did, the same thing with my wife. I used to grab her by the arm, and watch her every moment, but it's not enough. We won't go down there anymore. But, it's the lifeblood of the city, Curtis, and it's the best way to get from point A to point B. And sometimes you just can't walk. No matter how fit you are, you can't walk. It's really a shame because you have to spend a fortune above ground to get around. It's a disaster. It really is.
Well, now that's for a guy like you, Ralph, and a guy like me. But women have other concerns when they're trapped in those moving cars. There is a whole group of emotionally disturbed persons who target women. And what they'll do is they'll drop their drawers and want to prove to these women that they're not suffering from erectile dysfunction. And they masturbate right in the middle of the car. It scares the hell out of everybody. When I've seen it, I walk up to them and say, hey, pull your drawers up before you lose it. And then all of a sudden, they get all frightened. But they feel emboldened to harass women, to do that to women.
It's more violent than ever before. You used to have these wackos that would do things, and you'd say, man, where did this guy come from? But, you mentioned about the psych wards, the mental places and things like that. They go in, and the evaluation is very minimal. And then before you know it, as you mentioned, they're right out there. I've seen the same guys. Sometimes you see them and you say, this guy is out again. This guy is doing his dirty business again, because it's more or less the same individuals constantly. You mentioned about the homelessness problem down there. In the old days, the train was a different set of circumstances. You mentioned it. The gangs were prevalent, and you didn't see these people homeless all the time. You have to scoop these people up for their own benefit. Not for everybody else's, yes, but for their own benefit. You can't allow them to be there in their own feces and just deteriorate like that. It's inhumane.
Yeah, well, there are some who will say, oh, it's their First Amendment right to be able to wallow in their own defecation and urine. Ridiculous. There's an untold story. I've told it many times. I have to keep reminding people. I'll never forget that day that the city council, the socialists, were dancing the hora and the tarantella when they voted to remove $1 billion from the city police budget. They all danced, and Bill de Blasio was so happy. This is what he wanted as mayor. And Dermot Shea, the lapdog police commissioner, who was always up in the Eagle's Nest, one police plaza, never was seen in the streets with his men and women. He actually said it was good you took $1 billion out. A curse on you, Dermot Shea, until the ends of time. They've never put it back. And by the way, they had a special unit, the Homeless Outreach Unit. I used to work with them, the NYPD. These were men and women, specially trained. They volunteered for this effort. They wanted to make a difference. They knew the homeless and the emotionally disturbed by first names. They went in and out of psychiatric hospitals. They went in and out of shelters. They dealt with the shelter managers. We didn't have anywhere near the problem that we have now. And guess what? They disbanded it. They disbanded it. And now what do you have? Nothing. So be prepared. Sometime today, some elected official, some police official is going to say, we don't need vigilantism in our subways, like they said in 1979. And they're going to cast aspersions against us because we're doing their job at no pay, risking our lives. And I'm going to simply say, If you were doing your job, you wouldn't have to worry about the guardian angels patrolling the subways. If you were doing your job, but you have forsaken the people, they have asked us to return to the subways. It's a fait accompli. Do your job, and we won't have to be in the subways.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh boy, you don't want to miss in a few hours when my wife Nancy joins me 8 to 10 for the deep dive on the stories of the day, this being one of them. But from 10 to 11 on the Animal Welfare Hour that so many of you listen to, and if you've never heard it, just go to WABCRadio.com. You can get it on podcast. This bird flu, which is spreading, it's affecting our dairy cattle. They're being quarantined and slaughtered. It's affecting big cats. It's affecting small cats. It's being found in raw milk and pet food. It's spreading like wild. It's taking out flocks of birds in the industrial farms where they raise chickens and turkeys. It's causing death and destruction at an unprecedented rate. And we'll have a better explanation for all of you because it's affecting our food supply and, most importantly, our animal friends, whether they live outdoors or whether they live side by side with you as the fluffy little yarn ball that you're staring at right now that may be your cat or dog or rabbit or gerbil or whatever. And most people don't understand it, and we're going to try to fully explain it to the best of our ability. Tonight on the Animal Welfare Hour, when we rejoin you, Nancy and I, 8 to 10, when we do the deep dive on the stories of the day, but 10 to 11. When we explain this bird flu epidemic that is sweeping the nation. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sancto. This is the headline that has gone viral around the world, that men and mostly women who are forced to take this subway descend into the slime and grime of a pit of... well, it reminds me now oftentimes of Dante's Inferno, of Jack Nicholson in The Shining. The level of insanity has reached an epic level. That women are saying their prayers before they go into the subway, praying that nothing happens to them as they try to go to work, or they try to take their kids to school, or they try to go do shopping. This is what it has become in New York City, that women forced to use the subway because they can't afford, like my wife can, to Uber or cab. As I've told her, I don't want her riding the subway. Not now. It's just too dangerous. They say a prayer. And I don't want your prayers because you've certainly prayed for me before at times when I and the guardian angels have been under stress, duress. We've been injured. 6 have been shot and killed in the line of duty. Many more seriously injured. Just learn about what we do. Don't, if any of these officials come out and call us vigilantes and say today, they're not wanted. All I say in return is, well, put more police in the subways and you won't need the guardian angels. But because you won't do your job, somebody has to do it, and it's going to be us. So you go to guardianangels.org. That's www.guardianangels.org. So if anybody all of a sudden says, oh, my God, the vigilantes are back and they cast aspersions, you just show them, wait. You know what they're doing? They're doing wellness checks for the homeless that the city doesn't do. They're giving water to the dehydrated, emotionally disturbed persons and homeless people who may be acting out. They're taking them to hospitals when necessary, when nothing else will work, and they're communicating with the police who are down there, many of them just staring into their cell phones, sexting and texting, and almost oblivious to everything going on. Read more about what we do. You want to support it? Great. You want to join the effort? Great. But it's going to take all of us to save this subway system. We did it once. We're going to have to do it again. Just go to guardianangels.org. That's guardianangels.org. We will not forsake you.
Eden Memorial Chapels understands Jewish funerals can take many forms. Some are Orthodox, while others are more conservative or of a Reformed nature. There's no one better. With services close to all New York and New Jersey cemeteries, Eden Memorial Chapels offer fair and balanced pricing and can provide easy transfer of you and your loved ones to Israel. While you're grieving, they're here to take care of all the details so that you deal with less bureaucracy and have more peace of mind. Go to EdenMemorial.com. That's EdenMemorial.com.